Hey guys, I can help you with flyer since I made it. I'm just starting a live stream for my YouTube channel actually. I go around the country trying to advise people that, just like it says in the Old Testament, the earth is not moving, it's set upon pillars, and the waters are separated from the waters, just like it says in the Hebrew cosmology, and that we live inside a protective bubble given to us by the Most High. And that bubble cannot be penetrated by man. Tower of Babel comes to mind, and the rockets that they try and fire up into the belly of our Great Mother, the sky, which is separated by the pressure in the system. And we think there's a firmament. You look like a man of the cloth.
I am, and this is
a church Batman. That I didn't know that. I thought he was Batman.
Batman, yeah, well, he might be, but
I don't appreciate being filmed, if that's all right. But
well, I'm sorry, but if you have a question, I'll.
It's not really a question. It's more of a matter of what is appropriate, which is that we'd rather people didn't attach things to our fences without our permission, and it's not really the done thing.
Oh.
And I certainly don't think it should be in front of a World War memorial, which I think is a problem.
Why not?
So I would say, actually, as polite and respectful courtesy to where you are and to the people who actually run this church, these should not be on our walls without our permission.
What's your name?
Pardon?
What's your name?
My name's Kieran.
Kieran, my name is Dave.
Dave, good to meet
I
you.
think we're here in public, so I'm able to record things that I see.
You are able to record things, and you're able to say and do as you wish in the public street. But these fences are not public property.
No.
They belong to the church. And I'm just simply asking, as a matter of respect and courtesy, that you should seek permission to do so. Which you haven't done so.
Who would I do that?
To the church wardens and to the vicar.
Is the vicar here?
The vicar has gone home.
Oh.
I am the assistant curate, so I'm the assistant to the vicar.
Okay.
And I know that he was not approved of that.
Well, not approve of not asking, or?
Well, it has been asked, and they should go because we saw them after service. So
yeah.
I can't say you to stop saying anything or do anything. Would I do so, because it's your free right to say and do as you please on the street. That's your right and privilege, and I would not infringe it. But I think this on our property is inappropriate without permission, and you don't have permission.
Well, I'd like to seek
I
permission.
certainly would not have that in front of a war memorial.
Why?
Because I think it's disrespectful.
Okay, your name is Kieran?
Mm-hmm.
I went to war in 1987 for my country. I went to a country called Angola. There I was required to kill young men as the crew commander of a light armored tank. That's what I did in 1987 for my government. And I lost men alongside of me, and lots of boys on the other side died during the attacks that I was involved in. I honor them, and I honor the people who died in the world wars. But I'm here to inform you, Kieran, that the people who organized those wars, the world wars, are the same people who organized the current crises that we've got in the world today. And they are generally led by a banking and by some certain royal houses and certain entities in this world. And they are not on the side of God, actually. And so what I would ask you to say is to speak to your vicar and say that what you got here is a man who's speaking for God. I am speaking on behalf of the people who passed.
I'm not here to debate with you about whether or not your message is a message of God or not.
I honor these people who lost their lives
on our property. So I think that is the question that I have for you. Not about what you're saying or what you're doing. That's not my business in a sense, as to what you say and what you do and who you speak on behalf of. And I'm not going to debate that with you in the street.
Fine.
And I trust that everything you do in good faith. And
to honor our God and
I'm not here
Creator.
to question that in any way, and please don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
It's distilled water. You should drink distilled water.
My question is about what is appropriate etiquette and respect, which is that you should seek permission, which you don't have.
But I'm happy to do that, actually, because I have put my banners up here about a month ago.
Yes, I've seen them several times.
And so no one had anything to say that time. And I noticed there's another banner up over there.
So that banner has our permission.
So
if you send the right email, you can gain permission to do so.
I'm a God-loving man, and I'm sure that I could speak to the vicar if he was to make himself available. I would be happy to in future.
It doesn't need to be that formal. It simply needs to be an email saying, "Would you mind us doing this?"
Yeah.
And
do you think he would say yes?
I think the answer would probably be no.
Well then why would I want to ask if that was going to be
Because it's about the right etiquette and respect to the property that you're trying to put things on.
Would it matter at all
Because
to
it's about
you
whether or not
that
we prefer, whether or not we feel that what you say and do out here, which is your free business, reflects
You two are
the
just going
ethos
back
and
to- back to
message
front, aren't
of our church? Because if it was on our property, people might misconstrue
Yeah.
that you are somehow affiliated to the message and mission of that church, which you're not.
You
And
two
so
are just going back to front and saying, well, you know, it's the same thing all the time.
which is why I'm going to go, because
Yeah,
I've made
'cause-
my point, which is that we don't approve of without permission.
Yeah.
You probably won't get it, because we cannot suggest that what you say or do here, which
Yeah.
is your free business,
Yeah.
reflects our
what?
mission.
Yeah,
So
mine
that's
is a
why
message of love, though. So
I
you
hear
know
that
that
from you, but
mine is a message of love
seek
from the
permission
Creator.
before hanging things on our property.
Is it Matthew 24:24?
I'm not going to stand here and have the argument with you.
The end
I've
of
made my
times,
point.
the deceived,
I've made my point. There it is.
even amongst
You
the
do
elect,
what you will.
they will
Feel
be
free to-
deceived.
Feel free to just say Bible verses at me. That's your business. I've made the point. There it is. About respect.
Thank you,
There's a
Simple as that.
thank you,
Respect and education.
thank you, Van. Yeah.
Are you local?
No, I'm just visiting for the day.
I got a lovely thing I got from the Flat Earth Museum in Inverness.
Oh yeah.
I've got one of them things putting a load of information.
Okay.
The fellow around here, Billy,
Uh-huh.
do you know him?
No.
Scots fella, he's does little talks on Flat Earth.
Oh really?
Little Scots
Up
fella,
there in
little
Inverness.
Billy. No, here.
Oh,
He does them now and again, a little thing.
I need to catch up with him.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of him before. There's a friend of mine, Lisa. She does street art here,
Oh, yeah.
and
yeah. She'll know Billy.
yeah,
Yeah, she's like a Polish girl or something, Romanian or something.
Lisa.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say she was kind of English, but maybe she looks Romanian. A
Oh,
bit
yeah, or
Romanian.
something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
But she sits here off and I ain't doing all
Yeah,
that.
yeah, some of that might be her work
She
there.
lives down North Lowfield.
Yeah. I'm hoping the weather's going to improve this afternoon because I am hoping that there'll be more people and less of the authoritarian. We don't approve of your banners. I got some thumbs up from those folks.
I was going to say something. It belongs to the people, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The Islands.
Yeah,
He said our church,
yeah.
But I thought it all belonged to the people, I don't know.
Well, it probably does, but it does. It is attached to their building in their land, I
It's not their
suppose.
building,
But
though.
yeah, it's the people's building, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And this is a message for the people, but it's not. They don't want to hear that evolution is a lie. It was one of the things that when I was a kid, why I struggled with religion. It was like, why are you guys just going along with this evolution stuff, so easily? I would have thought they'd rail against it, but they didn't.
Have you got something on YouTube about it?
Yeah, I'm live on YouTube now. Do you want to say hello to anyone?
Yeah, Merry Christmas. No, but I mean, is it like somebody could look up all
Yeah,
this
yeah, I
thing
have a
you're
channel.
talking?
Yeah, I have a channel called Trinity 4.
Have you got a card? or
Number
something?
4. Yeah, you can take one of my
Yeah.
flyers, bro. I got this flyer and this is my new one. And
No, you get in touch.
and then I've got my old one because I think we're electromagnetic beings of light. Even though we are so torsioned up that we want to tear at each other just for trying to inform people.
I spent a lot of time up in Scotland. I've been here 35 years ago.
Okay.
I spent a lot of time up in Scotland,
I got a few friends up there in Scotland who are flat earthers, of course.
They know about it. I think it's actually closed down now. There was a museum in Inverness.
Flat Earth Museum, I remember now that you mention it for the second time, yeah.
And I was talking to his lad and he got this disc up and a lot of strange information on it.
Okay.
Might be a lot that you don't know about.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting because
It really is, 'cause this bit I've showed it Billy and he's had a look at it and he keeps asking me to get him a copy. He says it's unbelievable stuff on it.
really,
Yeah, so the thing you put in the computer.
yeah, the disc.
Yeah. And that was off the fellow. He's quite well known. His son, when I was up there.
Well, I think that there's a lot we don't know, and a lot's been hidden from us. So the true nature of this realm and what we're doing here and what's the purpose of it is I think, still a little bit of speculation on everybody's part.
Hello, my love.
But we're happy to say that we don't know. Hey guys,
It's about time, isn't it?
who's here? Old Nick. Good to see you earlier, brother. Hi, David. And Viking, how you doing? Rockstone Float.
Steve.
Benny boy, hey, how you doing? I saw you in some other chat somewhere. I had a great conversation with some guys earlier. Well, one guy earlier, he didn't. I've been putting some chalk down. I had a great conversation with this guy earlier, a geologist. I was just sorry it wasn't on camera. The energy in town is a little bit flat at the moment, but I'm hoping that if the weather picks up, that's why I came out today, because I was told the rain was going to stop and it was going to be a somewhat sunny day. I have been spoken to about putting chalk down as well. People are a bit grumpy. People are a little bit grumpy. I put my banners up.
Are you staying for a couple of days, are you?
Just for the day. Just for the day. I'll come back some other time. But
the one who does the fingers in it in North Road, she'll tell you about that stuff, Billy. He does little talks around there.
Oh, right. Well, I'll look him up. I'll speak to Lisa about it.
Yeah. Something Billy, Scott Billy, I don't know what he calls himself.
Why, excuse me, why he would have that vicar dude would have a problem with this? I mean, this is how it's described in the Bible. I suppose, I mean, I don't know whether because I'm using the other names, Yahweh, Allah, the Merciful, Shiva, Siddhartha Gautama, and Ekal Murat. You know, I'm just trying to catch everybody and go, it's, you know, the name God doesn't need to be like, if we mean the same thing, right? Some would say, oh, it's, you know, some would say it's got to be this name. But I don't think so. That's divisive, you know. I think that's divisive. I suppose, I mean, I do honor these people died for the cause they believed in. I know that. But the cause they believed in was propaganda. And we don't do them any honor by hiding the truth of why they went to war and why they died, because we will just perpetuate the same pattern of misbehavior. Have you seen this one? I love it, but I still want to do, I feel like, oh, I want to do something else. I want it to be, Dave Weiss said to me, too much information, it can be overload. And in a way, I want this to be a teaching article here. There's the continents. Oh, nutsack. Oh, ladies' ovaries, eh? Female ovaries. But at the moment, as you can see, the town is quiet. Thank you for the thumbs up for stopping by. Hey, Benny boy. Yeah, I get around. I was in live chat at the birthday stream that Savely did for you. That was epic. That was epic. And I'm so grateful for that moment. This whole guy just wants to get on the chat. I put a little bit of stuff down here. I think maybe this is what got under their skin as well. It's all locked up now.
See you later, mate.
See you later, bro. All the best, man. Have a good day.
That girl does the thing. when I say she was far remain ignorant, she looked more like Spanish.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. In fact, that's
More being in the sun a lot.
yeah,
Yeah, it's a nice girl. That.
Yeah, very nice girl, Lisa Chenner. Earth is flat. Seems like this guy with a chalk. I went up and down the street. I came up the street and did a bit on the way up. I did a little bit on the way up. So yeah, my message of God is within you. Is that so anti-Christ, a message? Because it may be that the Antichrist is actually the servant of the Vatican. That's the Antichrist. Oh no! I don't follow the Jesuits at all. Yeah, what do the Society of Jesus teach? It's the same thing that the Vatican teaches. It's really the same thing that they give you in Sunday school. And then on with Christian soldiers marching as to war. The cross of Jesus going on before. They teach us that. And that's what I learned at school, in Bible, at church school. But we just want to take a little bite of it and say we'll have that little bit of it, but we're not going to recognize that the rest of the apple is poison. But it is poison, and not to say that these organizations don't eschew goodness and to do good things and so on, but it's from whence it comes. It's like they're doing it on the back of you being less than, not worthy to eat from the crumbs under his table. That's where I was as a kid, not worthy to eat from the crumbs under his table.
Hiya.
How you going, man?
How you doing?
All right, bro. All right.
It's yours.
Yeah. This is my newest banner here. I'm very proud of it. My son helped me make it,
Hey,
actually.
listen, I know it's not flat, and I know it's fucking fixed.
Yeah.
You don't have to convince me.
Yeah.
I've known it forever.
Yeah.
I've been here thousands of years.
Okay. This is many incarnations.
It's the same, yes. It's the same as Earth being flat. They're all flat, every one of them. They're all flat.
So have you ever seen this depiction?
Have you ever actually looked at one of these planets?
Yes.
For a telescope?
Yeah. Actually,
It's
also.
it's not even fixed. It's not even
Yeah,
fixed.
they're
being.
doing this,
It's an actual alive being.
Yeah. I think that that's one
Earth
good
is
way of
alive. It's called
describing.
Gaia.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
If it's not
all
alive,
electro-
how can it produce life?
Yeah, it's all electromagnetic,
Come on.
right?
It's what-
Electromagnetic.
Yeah, sure. We're all frequency.
Yeah, yes, I agree totally on that. We're all frequency. And it's how you alter that frequency through the course of our life that allows you to give them a fly. I need to be a little quicker on the draw. Well, my mouth is a bit dry. It's a little bit, as I say, it's a little testy. Andrea said there's something in the stars at the moment. Can't remember which. Chiron in something. And it was going to bring out people needing to be right. So I need to be mindful of that and be mindful that people are going to feel that need to be right today. Hey man, how you doing? I must get my flyers going, man. I've got these cool flyers now. Well, I think the others were cool too, but I do want to up level on the flyer department. Can I offer you a flyer? Some information? Not selling anything, just information.
Okay, thanks.
Cool. Not English. God is within you. We debated over that, mankind at the crossroads. Yeah, I decided at the crossroads was better, but I still argue with myself over that. A crossroads means that there are many, and there are many, but it means there are many, and this may be the most important one. I don't know. Some of these guys that are sleeping rough or living rough, they don't like it either. It's funny how that goes. Can I give you some information? Thanks. See what I've said there. We live on a flat plane. Not everything that's on there is on there, so the wordage is slightly different on this one, as you can see there. Yeah, I mean, I obviously don't like to come across as too biblical, but there's a lot of people who live to the Bible, and so got to try and catch them where they're at. And even the people who flog the Bible here, they don't want it read so literally. Did you know the Bible says the earth is not moving? The earth is flat according to the Bible. Did you know that? So he's in the chat. It's going to give you a click on the draw there. People have gone past you. They can easily ignore you. That's how it works. But I couldn't help myself. Actually, I had to bring these ones. I just feel like that's like I took these out to Speaker's Corner the other day. Some of you guys I know saw that, and I love them, but they don't have all the information like these do for talking points. One of the things I was watching, that flat fellow doing some live activism, some activism, and their place where they do it, which is at a flea market or something, and he did this a year or 2 or 3 ago maybe. He put up like a whole bank of about 15, or we'll be at even numbers, 8, 12 like iPads that show different videos of information. Hi.
Thanks.
You're welcome. What I like about this flyer is that it's got the two very different kind of, this one's whoa loud and this one's like whoa God something. Okay, I never thought, you would have missed the conversation with me and this guy earlier when he walked up to this and said, he said flat earth, it's biblical nonsense or something, and we had a great conversation actually. And I was recounting to him because he's a geologist and believes in the billions of years, and I was recounting to him how I came from that belief system. But it's very quiet, so welcome to the early part of the stream. I'm obviously hopeful that things will pick up. Excitement. Can I give you a flyer, man?
Thank you.
I like the bee on your shirt.
Oh, cheers.
Be cool. The bee has got such. In fact, that came up while I was talking to this guy about the primer fields. And if you guys haven't researched primer fields, I strongly recommend that you research the primer fields by David Lapointe. You can see his videos from about 8 years ago, and it's amazing how he can create an accretion disk between two bowl-shaped magnets inside of a container using a high-powered electrical charge and an ether, a gas. And he can create this, it's the natural flow. It's almost like the bee, how it's got these two bowls, and in between of it creates this energy force that it uses to levitate. And I think that moment of levitation, that accretion disk, is a creation disk, and that creation disk is the plane upon which we stand, with these two B-shaped bowls either side, if you like, the two polarities, the red and the blue. David Lapointe, go and look it up, and the primer fields. I'm interested in understanding how it might be working. And that is some of the best evidence of how it probably works. People are reading my flyer on the other side of the road there. And some more pointing and laughter. This is Glastonbury. You do find some crazy people. I think Glastonbury needs to wake the heck up, actually, and stop being such sheep. Because they are just going along. They are just going along. This ends up being quite a busy little part of the thing. So I don't know whether my banners are going to be subsumed by a lot of people moving in here during the course of the morning. I don't seem to have a chat, either that or it's disappeared for me. I assume I'm still live. Hey man, that guy, I think that's the guy who apologized to me, because he's a bit of a drinker, and he was a bit arsey with me the last time I had the banners up. I'm that guy and filming in the street, which on a quiet street like this is like it's hard to get a conversation going. Last week in Speaker's Corner, I was a little disappointed that there wasn't more people. The weather kept people away. So, oh look, they're looking at the Genesis 1 quote. Well, I shouldn't say quote. I just said that is flat. I got some information for you. You're welcome. Did you like my Genesis 1 quote? Earth is flat. You know, when I was a kid, 12 years old, I used to tell the preacher that the Bible says that the earth is not moving. It's set upon pillars and that there's a firmament, like a roof over the top of it. That's what the Bible says. Not that it's a ball. It never says that it's a sphere. It never says that it's spinning around the sun. In fact, it says the sun is a small light that is given to give the day, and the moon is another light given for the night. Not that it's a reflection of one from the other. And we've been able to prove in science that the moon is giving off a cold light. And they seem to your senses to be small and close. We're just told they're millions of miles away and all that stuff. But we can't actually test that for ourselves. So it turns out that we might be living, just like they said in the old, inside of a containment zone that is created by God, by the Creator, for you to have an experience in. Which means, if true, it means that you are the center of the universe, and that this world is created for you to have an experience of, rather than be just like a servant or a slave of the state. Yeah. So that's why they have this idea of us evolving from monkeys and a big bang that just happened to grow this beautiful planet and people on it and all this wonderful stuff that we see around us, when in fact this could have been created on purpose, rather than just it was happenstance. And that science is designed to kind of minimize you and make you think that you're not important, that you're not the center of the universe, when this whole world should be designed to enable you to reach your highest good, your highest potential, and not turn you into like a desk clerk and just pounding out the hours to pay the mortgage and, you know, raise children under stress and all that sort of thing. We should be holding up the young mothers and supporting them to become the best that they can be and raise great children who know that they are the center of creation, not just some football chasing, drinking and all this kind of stuff where we get lost along the way. Because if you believe that this life isn't important and that there isn't a higher source to yourself, then you don't really care about yourself, nor do you care about the universe or the world around you. But once you know that you are the center of it and this is your world, then you start to love the world and the people in it and that world around you, rather than being brought into war with another country or into poverty because the bankers are getting richer, or the farmers are getting squeezed out of doing what they do, and people are becoming more and more reliant on a sort of computer-driven farm, like mass farming, supply chain food and stuff that isn't great for you. And so we end up making choices that are not natural anymore. And we'd rather take medicine than go and, eat plants or eat good food to keep us healthy, you know? So we're losing track of what it is to be God's creation, and we're becoming more like an AI creation where we'd rather have a robot tell us what to do and control us and to offer us our food rather than just go out and grow it naturally, get our fingers dirty like we used to. So this is the trap that your generation is facing, is that do you end up getting caught up in the smart city? It's really exciting. There's lots of gadgets and things work really smoothly and so on. Do you get caught in that and be part of that hive? Or do you choose to leave that and go back to a more natural, God-centered world, which is much more aligned with Mother Nature, much more aligned with nature herself, for whatever we come from.
We're just getting more depressed. Each generation's getting more depressed.
Yeah, and because we're losing our true essence. Our true essence, if you take a mother elephant and then, say she's 10 years old and you put her in a zoo, she will be depressed, but her children will never know freedom. And they will never be their natural, like if they had to meet their cousins in 3 generations' time who stayed in Africa, they wouldn't be the same animal. And this is what's happening to mankind, is we're being robbed of our natural essence, and it's being replaced with something man-made and non-natural. And it is going to be depressing. Boys should be doing physical work like lifting, digging, chopping, doing stuff like that. And girls should be doing the things that, that are creative for like a homestead and for, like a mother elephant. Her natural instinct is to have a child. She wants to have a child. She wants to raise that child. And all mothers in nature want to do that. And they do it well. But mothers in the human world now, they're so denatured from that. They can't really do it themselves. It's such a big mission. It's the story better than me. So we're losing our way. And if God is within us, as I say, I think God is within us, then the less we are like God intended, then the less we are with God. The less we are with God. The less and it's not to say that I'm bad or anything like that or a sinner, just simply to say that the path that you're on has got you so, as good a person as you might be, it's got you so far from natural, which is what God intended, that you are no longer in contact or communion directly with God anymore, or you can't have that communion with God anymore, or you can't have that soul growth that you were meant to be on, because you can never find it inside of the man-made matrix. It's going to have to be with nature. That's my theory on that. So that's my thesis on this. And I say, part of the big deception is that we live on a globe, and NASA's designed and Disney is designed to trick us.
Yeah, like NASA, I've seen this thing about how they got the image of the globe to begin with.
Yeah.
And it was a flat image that they wrapped around the globe, and Antarctica is where it like the globe comes together. That's how they got the photo.
Yeah, and they stitched it together. And a guy called Rob Simmons, who made the first blue marble shot that they used on the first iPhones. That one, and he's explaining how they use color and they put in clouds and they clone things in, and they don't know what it really looks like because he's never been up there. So he just has to kind of work it out for himself based on plankton and other sorts of things in the water. So he's using data to create a picture that we believe is a real photograph of Earth in space. Same is true with the moon landing one. Guys have taken skilled Photoshop guys have taken that original photo and they've shown that there's a black box around the so-called Earth from moon, and they cut something out there, so it was stuck on in an early form of Photoshop, if you like, to make us think that they've landed on the moon. But it turns out that even these astronauts who went there, they can't convincingly tell us that they went there anymore. There's a guy called Bart Sabrell. He interviews about 8 or 10 of the 12 that went to the moon, and he offers them $5,000 to a charity of their choice if they'll put their hand on a Bible and swear they went. None of them do it. Even Neil Armstrong says, "No, you, Mr. Sabrell, that's probably not a real Bible." Now, if you offered me, if I've offered you £5,000 to put your hand on my flyer and promise me that you went to the coffee shop just now, that's what you really did, you go, "Yeah, of course I'd do it, no problem, and I'll take the $5,000. Thanks very much." You would say that, and so would he, if it was as easy as saying, "Of course I went." There's no problem in saying that. And now you hear them tell stories over the years that, "No, we couldn't see stars when we were out there," or "We could see stars when we were out there in space." So the stories don't really align. And so you start to think these don't look like men telling the truth. If it was like like a Formula One, Lewis Hamilton just won the world championship, he would be so excited, and every detail he would tell you today would be the same in a year's time. You'd be like, wow, that turn I made then when I finished this and I did that, got past the guy and finished it. Well, all these things were going through my head. Well, he'll remember that, and he'll be able to tell you what it was like as he overtook that car, and that's the sort of detail you'd remember in a wild, incredible ride that you've just been on.
He's absolutely right there, South Station.
Cheers, man.
I'm Billy.
Hey, Billy. Nice to meet you, bro.
You too. Nice to see you.
But lovely to talk to you. You've got a really open mind. I can tell that really resonated some of that with you. So just keep asking questions. I don't want you to believe anything I've said, but know that the system is designed to give you loads of rabbit holes that might mislead you and make you think, oh, maybe this is the truth. Maybe. So keep searching, keep an open mind. Both of you.
If you look up the star Polaris, slow motion, all the stars make circles around it. It shows you that it's moving up there, the station there.
I started to realise you kind of just got to see it for yourself.
Yeah.
At this point, there's not really any trust anymore.
You realise how lied to we've been. And there's some flat earth movies being made, Level and the next level.
And honestly, that people hate to know this, but once this water settles, no matter what I do with the bottle, it's always going to hold that same level. It's always going to show you what is level. If I put it down on the street and the street's not level, the water will show me what's level. And if I made this bottle 1,000 miles long, the same experiment would hold true. But they say, no, after 1,000 miles, gravity is going to start causing bending and the water surface will be buckled and so on. But it doesn't stack up to living on a blue marble, as we've been told. We should be able to measure that and see that curvature. And that, they tell you, the ship is going over the horizon, easily debunked now with a high-powered P900 type camera. So, these things that we were given as when we were young, 8 years old, these things are easy to debunk, but we were told to believe them then, that you're spinning 1,000 miles an hour. Well, they didn't tell you it was 1,000 miles, but we're spinning.
It's all brainwashing from NASA.
And you're too young to question that and go, oh, okay, we're spinning, we just can't sense it, we're too small, that kind of thing. When it's like, no, your senses would tell you if we were moving. But actually, when you stop and really spend time to think about, yes, it's the sky that's moving over my head, and that becomes very obvious once you've been watching this. And some of the stars, the Mars and Venus and so on, they move at different paces through the sky. So you can watch them night by night, catch up to one star or overtake the moon. You can watch this happening. You can see the moon rotating through the sky as it rolls every night in a clockwise direction. You have to be patient to see that. But these are things you can see. Same with water, that the lake's always going to be level, no matter how large. And so if the lakes are level, so is the sea. And if the sea is level, that means we're in a big lake. But it means many other things. Maybe there's more land that's been hidden. But the truth about you, this is the most important thing, is that you are the center of the universe. And it's designed, I say to people, you might be God expressing yourself in fractal form. Each of us might be that. Like when you take the orange, if you open up that orange and take one cell out of the inside of that orange, that's perfectly orange. Tastes orange, everything is orange. But it's just one tiny cell of the whole. And that's what each of us might be.
When you realise the sun and the moon are moving over us, the divine masculine, the divine feminine, it changes everything that you think's going on.
I'll let you guys go.
Thank you.
Good luck, young ladies.
Yeah.
All the best. Bye-bye.
So what was your name?
Dave.
Dave. We met before, Dave. I'm Billy the Bard.
Okay.
I was the Bard at Glastonbury here.
Oh, wow.
And I do talks on flat earth here.
I just heard your name mentioned by an old man.
Yeah, see, John, the old man that mentioned me, he gave me, because when I was first looking into the flat earth, he gave me, he's got a memory stick.
Right, yeah, he told me about it.
He got it from
Inverness.
Inverness, from the Flat Earth Museum.
Yeah.
And then, but it's got indisputable proof, about 50 hours of documentary proof, and Eric Dubay and all that's on there. And it's just like, and you see the Buzz Aldrin admitting they didn't go there and all that stuff. And yeah, it's got great stuff. So I've been showing that to people, and doing talks here and there.
Awesome.
So
Awesome.
Great.
Awesome.
And how's it all going? Is people waking up to it when you're going out and about with it?
You know what? I think there's definitely some. I was in Froome
Totally
a while ago.
time for it. I mean, totally
Some,
time.
but interestingly, as that rises, so does the knowledge base of the anti-flat earther, and so they come with some preloaded questions that either a comedian like Professor Dave
vibration, and we're all moving towards that vibration, you know.
Yeah.
And I had something in mind there, but
when did you the flat? Were you a bard before you were a flat earther?
I was, I think, yeah. I think it was just not long after becoming the bard.
Yeah.
But I was already looking into it.
Yeah.
And I followed Santos Bonacci's work for years. So.
Okay.
And then like
I learned a lot from Santos.
I know, I did too. Great work, you know, and I still study a lot of that. And I do talks on Toltec's.
Oh, all right. Okay.
You know, Toltec wisdom.
Yeah.
So I teach that in the Avalon Library here, and I share podcasts and stuff like that.
Okay. Do you have a channel?
I don't know, but I should really.
You should,
get one.
maybe. I mean, you're quite attentive, but.
Do you have a leaflet I can?
Please
get in touch with you with?
Yeah. You can take 2 or 3. I had a few thousand printed. So.
Yeah, I'll take a few and put them out.
Yeah. This is, I think it's all electromagnetic, really.
It is all electromagnetic. This is the principle of the universe, and every atom, like Santos said, the torus field, and the Toltecs say the same thing. You know, they've come up with saying the same thing.
Well, the imagery, when you look at it, the imagery aligns with that kind of the bumblebee. Yeah. Like that what's infinity shape. Yeah. I was talking about...
And this is a day etymology also, and you think about bee cum. Bee cum, the cum. Bee cum.
Yeah.
Baby, bee. You're a bee in the hive, you know.
Yeah. The honeycomb you create around you.
Yeah. And what they say is these multi-dimensional parasites, the archons, is locked in a frequency of 6.66 hertz.
Right.
Which is G sharp.
Okay.
And that's what the G and
from
the
Freemasonic
thing is.
Really?
And it's like 6.66 hertz. And they're trying to hold us in carbon, but we're becoming silicon and crystallite again.
Wow.
This is the ascension.
Wow.
That we're crystallizing.
Wow.
And we're doing it through truth and through knowledge.
Wow, that's fascinating.
Yeah, so this is what they're trying to stop with other COVID jabs and all that stuff.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, so it's...
wow, I like that a lot.
Yeah, and so I've got a talk on Friday.
We're here.
And I'll be showing a podcast. I don't know, you're around...
I might be.
Down here, right?
Yeah.
Well, do you know the Avalon Library?
Oh yeah, I think so. Is it
down there and past the Goddess Temple? Yeah. Into the little alcove on the right there.
Yeah.
7:30 Friday.
On Friday.
Yeah.
Awesome. I might be up for that.
Have I got a contact for you here?
Yeah. There's an email on that.
Okay. Great.
Nice to talk to you.
Bless.
Yeah.
And good luck, mate.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that's cool. I'm hoping that town is going to get a little bit busier because it's been a bit quiet so far. That's cool, huh? That's so American, don't you think? Studebaker. Billy, all the best, brother. Yeah. Stay well, man. Till next time. There you go, Billy. Hello. I could put some more chalk down. I should say hello to the chat first. Happy Shake, hi to see you. Oh, hey, Flat Suede Perspective. Now, that's really... Brian Staveley's here. How are you all doing? So I haven't really looked through the chat, but if Flat Suede is there... it's funny, actually, I watched a little bit of your modern day debate. I confess to that. One, because it does teach me something. You guys like you are more studied in old science than me. So it was annoying listening to that other chap. Is it Mark? His name I forget now, but I know he's debated. Witzer Gets It. I think he's debated him too, and he was like, I don't want to sound ungracious, but he was like a whining child at some points. It was almost embarrassing. But I know, obviously, because I'm on this side of the debate, it's easier for me to see that. It's like I say to people, the football a player attacks the opposition, and it depends on which one team you're supporting as to whether or not it was a foul or just a good hard tackle. But asking him for the evidence of gas pressure without containment is, he just spent an hour obfuscating around that. Yes, I can't see anything anyway. I did find it useful. I'm glad I found your channel. Actually, it's through Brian that I did, fellow South African, and I thought it's funny on the way here this morning, because I'd heard you talk. I was like, I've got to get in touch with him. I don't even know your name yet, but I've got to get in touch with Flatzoid, because it'd be cool to have just an online discussion with you at some point, if you're up for that. But yeah, this is what I do for a living, actually. In a way, it's been a part of my identity for the last 5 years, and it's had a fucking, excuse my language, I'm sorry if any children are listening to that. I do prefer not to use strong language like that, but the journey that my family and I have been on over the last 5 years, particularly the last 3.5 years, has been epic and epically challenging at the same time. Harder than going to the war in Angola, actually, and I was on the front line for 3 months. Anyway, nice to meet you, Flatzoid. Welcome to the channel. And
sorry, I ruined your picture.
Oh, not at all. That's not at all. Hi, Ryan. How are you doing? Nice to see you, bro. Yeah, you can support my work by becoming a Patreon. It's very
He's like 30 years old, bro. And again.
Hey.
Hey.
Same old flat earth crap. Yeah, Mr. Cheswick, nice to see you. Mr. Cheswick gets a special mention because he's the guy who made the hit piece on me in 2018. I think you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Cheswick, but I think it was 2018. That I was somehow in bed with the royals. I think I never watched the video, is the truth, but I heard about it. And to his credit, he acknowledged a year or so later that he'd got it wrong, and he asked to meet me in Liverpool, actually, about a year ago. Maybe it wasn't, I don't know, you'll remember more when it was, but along this journey we stayed in Liverpool with Joe a few times, Flat Earth brother, and I met him, and we shook hands. But it is a bit strange to be put in a situation like that, and where someone makes you're putting your life into this, and you're upsetting your whole reality to be courageous enough to take this on, and then you get people doing that, and then Eric Dubé. I heard from somebody who will remain nameless. Eric Dubé had put it on his website. This is someone to look out for. So I had mentioned that a few times. It's part of the journey. Huh? Hi.
Hi there. Have you put this here?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Thank you.
I totally believe it.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Wow. How long have you been since you left the heliocentric belief?
Not long, unfortunately. Only last year.
Fantastic.
So therefore, I'm wondering why on earth it's taken me this long.
I was 47 before I challenged or came across information that challenged my paradigm, such that I was willing to look at something as crazy as the notion the Earth is flat.
And I just think our minds can't grasp it, because it's such a huge lie to have been told right from when we were little.
Yes.
And then you wonder, well, what's the point of them with this lie? Why have they been lying about this? Such a huge fact, isn't it? Yeah. But then as soon as What's the guy on the YouTube? Flat Earth Dave, isn't it?
Flat Earth Day.
Yes, I've been watching loads of his on YouTube.
Really?
Yeah.
I've got his.
So,
Have you got his app yet?
no, I haven't done that.
I'd recommend supporting him. You can just.
Yeah.
You can get his app. It's because he puts out a daily video, and you get, his library is really extensive.
Lots of resources on there, aren't there? Yeah.
Flat Earth Dave.
Can you get it on an old style smartphone?
I don't know about that.
I have looked.
I don't know.
Yeah, for the app and couldn't work out which one it was.
But you're binging on good content for.
Everyone I watch of his when say when he does a little experiment with the light going away into the distance, which is like what we see thinking the sun setting, and it explains it.
Convergence. Yes. Yes.
In perspective, and the people doing the when they got a telescope out to sea,
the P900 type,
and then the boat comes into view.
Yeah.
And you're going, oh my god! So literally, it's just how far our eyes can actually see.
Yes.
Isn't it? It's what we consider the horizon.
The limits of our vision it's like a dome of perspective that we have around us. I think of it like the Pyrex dish. Like we have a big Pyrex dish over our head, and the limits of that Pyrex dish is how far we can see, and we inscribe a circle when we turn 360 degrees. And as we move over the plane of the Earth, then the lights that we call the sun and the moon track differently over the Pyrex dish depending on how close we are to the equator.
Yeah.
And that's the simplest way I can explain it in terms of how the lights work. So it's a unique experience for you. I think the lights that you see and the moon that you see playing in the cloud is unique to you. Like it was last night, I noticed and pointed out to my little boy, you see how it's just lighting up the cloud around where you can see it, but if in the miles away, it's all dark. Now, if this was a single source of light, it should illuminate the entire blanket evenly.
When you see the when they described how the sun and the moon go round the flat Earth, you think, oh my god, that really makes sense.
Yeah, small.
So every video he puts out where he says, oh, this is why that is like it is, and that's why that like it is, you think, why didn't I realise that through the power of my own brain? It needs to be shown to me.
Yeah, because
I feel really stupid.
Can I take a picture of it?
Please help yourself. There's another one over there. Oops. There's a little bit of.
Oh, people.
Yeah,
how much interest have you had then? People come out saying you're bonkers?
I've had all of that. I was in Frome a month ago. They had a monthly market. Oh, ow.
Calm down.
And there was thousands of people walking past through the course of the day. Sorry about the noise, guys.
All right.
She apologized earlier on for ruining my picture, and now she's getting in my live stream. But did she? Sorry. I was in Frome and they were pretty rude, but a lot of people got to hear it, and some people came out of the street just like you did and said, hey, it's been a year or two, but I've just worked it out.
Yeah.
It took for some people, it took I'm excited for you because it really is so liberating.
Yeah, it is. But also it makes you really cross about how much we're lied to about everything. This is a big lie, but everything from every industry, every area of our lives, you just think, oh my.
The whole structure from top down is inverted. We're meant to be the top of the pyramid, but we're currently the bottom of the pyramid, and we are happy with that status quo. And it's please help yourself.
It's for my little boy because he's worked this out at 8 already on his own.
Oh wow, what a genius!
I didn't tell him. I gave him an idea to think about, and then he just said it just doesn't make sense. And one day came in the kitchen, just went, well, it's not spinning, it's not moving. And I went, why, what happened? And he went, well, when you go in a blender. And that was it. And we just had this conversation from there, and then that's how this.
What opposition will say to that, like a blender, is they'll say it's moving just 360 degrees in a day, in 24 hours. So it's moving so slowly, it wouldn't be like being in a blender. That's what they say. But I remind them and say, no, it's not like being on the spindle of the clock. It's being at the tip of the arm of Big Ben's arm. That's moving a lot faster than the spindle, and we're meant to be on the outside of a spinning 4,000 mile radius ball. Now I say to people, actually, if you look in nature, there are spheres all over the place, watermelons and oranges and fruit and so on, but always the flesh inside the skin. It always has to be contained in nature. Everything must naturally have a skin, otherwise it dies. It dries. It would. Yeah, we would dry without a skin and die. And a tree, you can wring a tree and the bark of the tree and it will die. So we absolutely need, like an egg, to be contained. And that thermodynamics talks about how to have pressure like we You need containment. Thanks, Flatsoid. There's a guy listening who was in a debate last night with some people who were defending NASA. So I was watching his debate this morning before I came out.
Not actually science at all, or whatever.
Pseudoscience.
Yeah.
Pseudoscience.
No, but not actually. So
Not actually. Oh, really? I've never heard that one. That's a good one. Not actually science
there
at
was
all.
another guy I was following who said
Not
that
the space agency.
not
a space agency,
not
Yeah.
actually a space agency. It's another Disney. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was something like that, and it was really upsetting for some people on this video I was watching. It's the Electric Being guy again, who I just told you about.
Electric Being.
Do you follow Electric
I've
Being
just
on
heard of
Instagram?
him,
Oh
and
my
my wife
God.
was saying, "You've got to follow this.
So I have followed
invite
him
him for an
for
interview."
about 3-4 years now. At the beginning I thought, oh, he's a bit out there. But then, with all the...
CV.
Oh yeah.
Nonsense.
But what happened was he started talking about the organ
Okay.
conductors, and then that was it. And then I was like, oh, finally someone's actually saying what I thought, but couldn't get all the words, the science words out. Like, but and then he was talking about it, So I followed him, and he was the one who said that I found out about, where he said, if you think about it, you've got to be like what you were just saying, contained, but where we're all electricals, and just started learning all about that, and that was it then. And then all my friends were like, oh, weird. And I was like, not really, it's common sense. But you don't have any.
It's nice.
So I love you, but you're just a bit not being horrible.
Well, you got each other. That's a good thing.
David Avocado Wolf.
Yes. Yeah.
I only
Not
recently
personally,
noticed that he was a flat Earth supporter.
Yeah.
And that snuck into one of his videos, and I was like, yes, because
Yeah.
I'm like raw vegan, and
Okay.
I followed him for years. And
Okay.
suddenly I thought, oh my God, yeah.
Yeah. As more and more people in that part of the truth community are starting to come out. I found it in 2015, so I saw it quite early in its life cycle.
Probably got at.
Well, there's stories about that. In the 5 years that I've been on the street, it's been quite a story.
Dear.
But nonetheless, I feel like there is definitely that grassroots kind of explosion happening in the sort of so-called conscious community. And coming back to the
last 3 years.
because
Questioning everything.
that's
Well,
right.
we lied to you about that, so let's
Right.
look at everything else now.
It really was a game changer. For me, it was 9/11, but that was like,
Well,
whoa.
yeah.
And it took me years to even look at that. So I'd believed it for a long
Well,
time.
and knowing that in all of these situations, there are a lot of innocence
Yes,
lost.
yeah.
That's what I find so difficult
Yeah.
to
Well,
sit
yeah.
with.
No, I'm with you on that. But if we're electromagnetic beings and we're eternal beings,
Yeah.
then the attachment that we have to life and death need not be as sad as it is. Although
Yeah.
I revere life
Yeah.
and I seek not to cause death,
Yeah.
I also see there's something higher as well. So.
Yeah.
But if that be true, it's also true that World War I and World War II and so many wars. In fact, I was in a war in Angola in 1987 so national service we had to do in South Africa, and so I know that people are dying senselessly for wars,
Yeah.
for famine, for all sorts of things that they need not, or imprisoned for life for growing a cannabis plant, or
I know.
Yeah, and I've had my house ransacked by the police for that very thing, just growing a little bit of my own plant.
They probably all smoke it themselves. They go home.
Oh
and
yeah,
they're so
no, I'm
strapped
sure they were
together.
celebrated when they took my harvest. I get one harvest a year when I was growing outdoors, and they came and took the harvest away.
It's awful.
Anyway,
It is awful,
yeah, and it was only for medicine and personal kind of use, and I was growing my. Anyway, that's another story.
because they can't
But-
make them. Yeah.
They can't, but
legalize.
well, there's something more. I think it's to do with vibration. It's to do with frequency, and that is that if I can alter your frequency by putting you in a prison of mental restriction, then that will alter your DNA, so to call, your frequency,
Yeah,
your vibration,
definitely.
and
Yeah.
that vibration. The more I say to people, if you were a brand new ship coming out of the dry dock, and as you came out, I banged on your keel, put a little dent in that, you would always be off course, and by the time your life was over, so far off course, you'd have no way of finding your way back, and you would have to recycle, or whatever the reason is that they may mislead us such that we don't have the best possible energy vibration, because the better your vibration feels, the better you put out into the world, the better the world reciprocates that, and the world becomes a brighter place rather than a more fearful place, which is what they did in 2020.
Yeah.
Lockdowns and fear.
But you were saying about people dying, your point
Sorry, did I miss the point?
No,
But
just not quite. I don't think you
well,
got to the end of
just
why they...
just to say, well, no, just to say that we have lost, mankind has sacrificed so many millions,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, that's
millions
what I
in
was
World War
thinking,
One and World War Two, in tens of millions, and then of course what's happened with the empire in Africa. It seems that millions more in places like that or South America have somehow been taken, you know, and given a really bad, you know, experience, you know. So even the boys that I was fighting against in Angolan war, you know, they were propagandized just like we were, and they were sent to cannon fodder, and so all of those lives, you know. So because kind of why I say it is because what they do with these school shootings and stuff is they use the kind of how terrible a thing it is that such a person died, an old lady died in that event. So you cannot speak about it because the emotion attached to that. So I sometimes get that with people from the CV19 era. They come to me and say, how dare you speak against the program? Because my grandma, 95 years old, died, you know, and it's like, okay.
I had that when I said, when the first lockdown was, and I said about the NAS in a Facebook forum. I said, look, master rubbish, blah, blah, blah. So you want the old people to die then, do you? That was what came back at me.
Yes.
You want people to die then? That's all they could see, that I was trying to constructively say, master rubbish, lockdown's rubbish.
Well, you're against then exactly what we're saying, what's indoctrinated. So you're then standing up and saying you're more powerful than they are, and they don't like that. They know that will work on the psychology of us.
The shame and using that emotional hook to say, you know, how you cannot question this because there's people at risk. I had a lady walk up to me in the supermarket and say, my mother's sick, or my grandma, something like that. How are you not wearing the nappy? I have to be careful about this conversation. I lost my last YouTube channel because of this very conversation. I was in South Africa for a year and talking to the Africans there about it, and they really needed to hear this message.
I did not wear a mask once. I didn't.
Good for you.
For the whole 3 years.
Didn't even wow, you guys are amazing.
And I got I got shouted at, barred from the post office. When I went in and I said, I'm collecting a parcel, and he went, I've nearly had an employee die in here. And I went, from what? And when the employee worked out, I'm not being funny, I'm not perfect, but bloody hell. And he walked out, and he's like, it's got red cheeks. And I walked out, and I was like, that's got nothing to do with oxygen. What are we talking about?
That's all.
Shouting in my face. I had like old ladies in Asda following me around the freezer section. So I'm just walking around. Hospital security wouldn't let me go and have a very important health scan because I turned up and I said, I'm not wearing a mask. And then he went, well, I'll have to red zone you. And I went, what does that mean? And he got the red telephone. No, he got the red telephone, told the department, there's one coming your way. And I mean, as I literally walked, the doctor, the consultant met me, and he was literally like, hazmat suit. And he was to me, if you'd like to sit there, and I'm going to sit there. Actually, the only thing that came out of my mouth was, thank you for seeing me. I was so polite, and I said, he was just like, that's okay, like trying to not touch me. And I think, and you're a doctor, you're a consultant, and I'm lying there mercy because I haven't stopped myself from breathing, you know. And then I said to the nurse when she came in afterwards, I said, you should be a bit more aware of what's happening. And she went to me, what do you mean? And I said, well, you know, you think that that's making you feel better. I said, but I don't think you feel very good. And she was like, I'm not talking to you about this. And I was like, well, you don't look very well, you look like you're not breathing, like, you know. And it was that kind of conversation.
But denial must have been intense, mustn't it?
Yes.
Well, we put in a lot of complaints, and luckily my husband's really on board, so he was like, I'm not having anyone speak to you like that. And then you know, because we need our men. And then, like, literally, I need a man. Every complaint came back saying, we'll get back to you in the next 6 weeks. And I've never heard from the post office, from the hospital. You know, they don't want to acknowledge that they were wrong. And that they shouldn't have been speaking to people, patients who, I mean, I'm lucky, my health was fine, but you could be going there in such a terrible crisis. And you're having a security guard attack you. You know, it's horrible. I know we've digressed, but
no,
it's part of it.
It's part of it. It's part of it.
We need Vikings back.
Oh my God. We do. I want a Viking.
Well, William Wallace, that's William Wallace.
One of these skinny little things with their You know, Judas got over what I love.
Yeah, I call it the pussification of man.
Yeah,
We are being weakened.
Oh,
you
yeah,
know,
through
and
water, through
yeah,
food.
yes.
I mean,
yeah.
my husband's testosterone levels are like
whether
crap.
they're going this
And
way or
it's
that
not,
way.
I don't mean like that, I just mean health-wise.
Yeah.
I'm like, you shouldn't feel like this, you shouldn't feel tired all the
No.
time. And, you know, and I was saying to Mum, he had like, we had a takeaway the other night, which is quite rare now, we don't eat like that anymore. And him just out of habit, like Mum was saying, it's just out of habit, he ordered a can of Coke, and the look, and I was like, and he went, oh, for God's sake.
Oh, you
don't
did-
smoke, don't like drink. I was like, yeah, just slip once. But I was like, you are like, you know, burning your insides. I cleaned the loo with that. He was like, oh, right.
Do you distill your drinking water?
Well, we've been in a really bad place. So we've had like no income, and now we have.
okay.
So we are investing in all these things now,
Okay.
slowly over a period of
Okay.
time. Like making my own milk and stuff like that.
Awesome.
And,
Okay. But if you're making your milk, it should be from distilled water.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean I'm going to be getting all the machines. No, distilled.
So-
Yes, but it costs so much.
I know.
Electricity.
It
I
does.
know. Some point
And-
distiller.
Have you had one before?
Yes, I did buy one last year. And
No,
then
not
I noticed
always.
how much
I've read a
electricity it was
literature.
using.
Yeah.
You shouldn't always distilled.
Oh, it's a tough one.
It's like it's spring water.
Yeah, that's a really tough one because I think like if people go and buy a £3 coffee, you know, but if you can get like 10 litres of
Yeah.
water for that, it's
Yeah.
definitely
and
worth
you don't
it.
want plastics, you know, this is the problem. But I've weighed up over the last year if I've been drinking plastic but cleaner water than my tap water. I've got to have a battle, like lesser of two evils
Yeah,
as I get to
yeah.
where I want to go.
You live
like
local?
if I had a stream,
Are you local?
Western, like Western
Superman. Oh wow.
Yeah.
I'm going there in a few weeks' time.
Oh, let us know
I'm
where.
going to be staying there for 3 weeks.
Oh, are you? Oh, we'll have to meet up. Come to Brunello.
I'm house sitting for someone. I'll definitely go out and about.
There's a lot there that you need
Yeah.
to talk to there.
Compared to here, that's all I'll say.
Sorry? Good luck in Western? Yeah.
Have you been there before?
No.
Look, you're not instilling any confidence in the poor guy.
No, well, it doesn't have to only be there, but I'll be based there for a few weeks.
It is a different environment.
Yeah. Well, we'll maybe we can meet up for a coffee.
Yeah.
I'd love that.
on here?
My name is Dave.
We do have
I have a YouTube channel on
It's on
connected
there.
to that on my
We do
website.
have,
You can have another one.
a vegan cafe.
We do have a vegan cafe.
Sunday's good for me.
I have to confess that I'm not vegan.
No,
Yes.
there's a
Yes,
whole.
yeah.
I've been vegan for 9 years, and I do keep questioning certain things around it, but I don't. I've dropped the label now, so I just feel that I couldn't eat what.
Please
what
help yourself,
most
brother.
people
Yeah,
are
yeah.
eating because I don't know where it comes from. That's a lot of
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
and also ethically, since
Yeah.
I moved into my own mediumship, I can't. I'm not on that level with it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
just
everything
don't-
is because everything
I
is
don't like the
frequency.
label. I
Yeah,
don't
everything
like
is
labels.
vibration. So
Yeah.
the food that we eat is a
Yeah.
vibration,
You could be
and
a
so
chunk vegan.
so
So is that any better than?
yeah.
It's not that.
Clean.
That's what I mean. Plant-based, like that's what I mean. I don't like the label because it's
No.
not. I'm not in it
Doesn't
for
mean
the
you're
trend.
eating
Yeah.
well.
9 years ago, I just couldn't cope with feeling like I was consuming a lot of bad stuff. That's how I felt.
Yeah.
And dairy just didn't work with me at all. And my health has massively improved. So the way I look at it is that's a double win.
Yeah.
Ethically, now I'm just soft as shit and I just can't hurt anything. So I'm just
That's
like,
fair enough.
oh,
I understand
there's a
that.
little
Eating bacon
chicken.
and seeing the little piggy cage.
Yeah.
You know, I just think,
Yeah.
don't you
Yeah, but
realise
that wasn't
animal-
why I did. I mean, originally mine was just I
It
had
was
to
just for animal.
stop eating
Clean up your diet.
crap food that was out there. And
We have
Yeah.
yin yang body types as well.
Yeah, we
so there
do.
are some people who need more yang type
Yeah.
food, which is the more meat related food,
yeah.
and then more yin. Some people suit
Yeah.
more yin. I think that there's even a Bible verse I found once. I can't remember which one it is that says, for one man let him eat vegetables, and for the man who
Yeah.
eats meat let him eat
Yeah,
meat.
yeah.
So
That's literally me and my
It's a
husband.
blood type diet as well. I read about that.
Right.
Is it
Yeah,
D'Angelo or something?
yeah, I've heard of that too.
Yeah, the blood type. I'm supposed to be eating salmon and beef.
Yeah, the only
For my-
reason I don't follow anything like that again is because I feel it's prescriptive and I think it's not intuitive. And I think you should be led. You know what's right.
My
for you.
intuition says chip.
Well, I am feeling like it's lunchtime.
Well, because I think we're omnivores. I think we're meant to eat from the environment that we come from, really. So if I think of myself as being a fractal of source,
Sorry, thank you.
and if I was a fractal of source and I created this place, I didn't do what the scientists will tell you, which is that I tamed animals to become sheep and cows. They were actually designed with the purpose of providing their wool and perhaps their resources, their energy resources at an appropriate time. Not to be gluttonous. But so when because I was an atheist, but when I see the God story going on here, I'm like, well, God created everything, or the Creator created everything for us to dwell in. And so if we got a beast of burden that can help me till my land, and I think that was what it was designed for. Because cows need shepherding, or sheep need shepherding, maybe not goats so much, but sheep definitely need shepherding. And
I did start out in farming when I left
Did you?
school.
Yeah.
So I've seen it and done the horriblest things.
yeah. No, I'm not saying that the farming, I'm not saying that the farming is done right, but I know that from like my time in the northern Namibia and Angola, meeting people that were tribal people that have never seen a book, and they're just original people. Like they got a scrawny little growth of maize and a few goats and maybe one or two scrawny cows, and that's the world that they live in. And if they're hungry, they will take one of those animals and use it as food.
And that would last them.
And that would, or they would go and hunt for an impala or something that's going to give them the energy that they need to live the life that they live.
It's a very different place mindset. Like that's what I mean about me being soft, because I think I'm in the UK. And it's terrible.
And you can choose.
Just,
all year round you can get crops that are green or whatever that you need for that kind of lifestyle. But if you lived in a place where winter meant that there was only root vegetables or only red meat now, then you might go, shit, I have to take the cow or the sheep, because it harvested energy, and if everything is just energy, it harvested good green energy during the summer, and now it's got energy to feed my family in the winter, and the pelt I will use to stay warm. So for me, that's a more natural, although obviously I'm not encouraging meat eating so much. I just think that there is
I think it's a really valid point, because I think that's why I have felt the way I have felt over the last few years as well, because everybody wants to go to the cabin in the woods and live like that, small holding, and have your animals. And if you had that connection, I think it'd be a different argument. I probably still would not be able to do the deed. But that's because I've been conditioned for all my life out of that space. But if you had to live by that and live by the energy, it does make sense. But that's why I don't like the label, because I think the label has every label has connotations with it. But it's not just about that. I also do it for my health. But that's because my energy works better that way. But I think, like my husband, he needs meat sometimes. It actually aggravates him. So I think he's like what you were saying. Some people just can't get that out of their head, and that's where they are. And so I say to him, well, you have to go. At least try and know where it comes from. I mean,
I know, but I went in the first or second lockdown. I went and spent 6 months in Portugal on a flat earthers retreat that was formerly like a vegan retreat, and they'd come out of veganism from years of it, and they said that as they came out of it, she said, things to do with her female sort of maternal fertility. These things were improved because she was suffering as a young woman because of that. He felt a lot stronger and various things. I'm not saying that you can't be strong on a vegan diet. I'm not making that point.
It's plant-based, that's the thing.
Right.
If you had 99% of the time, like you said, the environment, so your berries, your roots, your vegetables, your fruits, your grasses, your legumes, your seeds, your nuts. We'd all be okay. And then, exactly what you're saying, if you were living in the desert and there's something you're like, I'm going to eat that, because that's a very different place to come from than when you can choose to eat healthily. It's like what you're saying, or just eat chips. But everyone eats chips. So whether you're whatever label you want to give yourself, not everyone, but most people would go, oh, I have crisps, I eat bread, I have rice and pasta. Well, but that's because it's all here. And that's my argument is, again, if it's for health, I would take that over the bacon sandwich any day, because I know I could get all I need, protein, nutrients, minerals, vitamins, from a massive salad than I can that, and I don't need to be a part of that. Whereas if I needed to, that's a different art.
And it needs to be from that healthy, I'm not doing this because I'm carrying the flag for veganism or anti-animal cruelty, because if you're doing it on that basis, you're not doing it for what is the best for you. You're meant to be the center of the universe, and so the universe doesn't mind so long as you're not being gluttonous.
Yes.
You know, I think that's it. You know, cutting and burning, and you don't have to do the killing. But I know that my grandmother before, great grandmother, they would have wrung the neck of the chicken on a Sunday, you know, and then plucked it and what have you.
And
that
then
was
ate it.
and then of course. But they would have been like, I'm sorry to have to do, but it's Sunday, and you know the family are looking for some food and whatnot. And you know, I'm looking after some chickens at the moment, and they're so easy to look after. And it's like they give you these eggs every day, and you're like, wow. They do. So the layers you don't necessarily want to put on your roasting plate, but you know they're giving you eggs every day. It's like, wow, that's such a good source of nourishment or energy, and it just provided to me. I know nature should provide us with the trees and with the environment around us pretty much everything we need.
But we're greedy, so the argument gets
and
lost,
lazy
doesn't it?
and laziness
Yeah.
because
Lazy
it's easy to have it delivered by a waitress at the door. You know you don't even have to walk out your door anymore.
Vegan mac and cheese.
Yeah. You know, you can get that now. You know, it's much easier than I'm going to go outside and till the ground, and you need to till quite a lot of ground if you're going to grow a portion of your food. You know, so and we're not set up for that anymore. To be fair, so we shouldn't be too hard on ourselves about the way we eat. But yes, be aware that like meats are carrying steroids and all sorts of things.
And it's
they find,
death.
So the vibration,
the energy I used to feel it.
Right.
I'd be eating a burger thinking, I don't think this is good.
Yeah, the energy of it. Yeah.
It just freaked me out.
Yeah.
I'm very sensitive though, as an empath, and I read, and I just was tuning into a different frequency. But then again, that's what I mean. Knowledge is power, but I don't put that on anyone else.
Yeah.
So like I do say to myself, like, don't drink Coke, and you shouldn't have done this. And I think when I first went there, I did go a bit, you know, you do go a bit mad, don't you? But well, I was always going at him like, you know, you can't eat that. And he was like, why not? And so you know, it's a bit of a problem. But it's just balanced out, like what you said.
Yeah.
He does respect that, you know, it is healthier. But it's healthier if you do it right.
Yeah.
And so, but he's not going to do it
well,
right.
Well, the thing is, though, I mean, you know, I've tried vegetarianism for a while, maybe only 6 months, and veganism for a short time of that. And I did feel better, definitely. But
when
and
you
I think,
cleanse down.
Yeah, and I think that carrying heavy meat in your body, a lot of heavy meat, is probably heavy on your body to kind of process. So, but I also know guys who've, not that I encourage it, gone on like this meat-only diet, like what do they call it, carnivore, you know, and they claim to have fantastic benefits for their health too. You know, so I think the body is an incredible thing.
And don't forget, men and women are different too.
Yes.
Like men have been, they have proven, they've shown this in versus steroids for protein for gym goers. For men, like I'm sure women have as well, but it was only men that I was watching. And the advancements that they made on some of these very specific to trial it.
Right.
So like if you were in survival mode as well.
Yeah.
So you can survive really well, but people think survival means we're gonna have nothing.
Yeah, no.
You know, why?
No.
Like
thrive and survive.
Yeah, it's all mindset.
Thrive and survive. And actually we live in a system of limiting what should be abundant energy. We come from abundant nature. And we're being limited and constricted, and energy bills are so high, and food costs are so, and fear of war and rumors of war, overpopulation. You know, all of these things are designed to kind of have us in that low vibration. So even more than the water we drink and the food that we eat, you know, the vibration that we carry ourselves, and as an empath, you might know, you can put your vibration into something else, like Dr. Emoto did with the water crystals, when he freezes them. You can put your energy into something and say, this is good water, this is good food, the vibration is not going to affect me. The same with 5G, you know. 5G, I know that if I say in my mind, this is harming me, I can feel it more than if I'm going, I'm good for it, you know what I mean? I can handle what it is.
So I work with clients, we were just saying, like women being massively affected with fertility, as well as men, but we were talking women, you know, stress, and we were like, but as soon as so the number one thing was as soon as the mindset changed and the stress was gone, all these women was then still conceiving. But what it was they didn't feel safe.
Wow.
So you're not gonna have a new life if you don't feel safe.
Wow.
You've got no one to protect you. So what you know. we just go get eaten by a bear. That's what your instinct's telling you.
Yeah.
So you need something to make you feel safe, and normally that is like your environment.
Wow.
So who's in your environment and stuff like that, and it was really interesting. So,
Hopefully not the
And the
BBC.
messages were
Yeah.
absorbing from all around us.
turn the telly on.
Yeah, we don't watch telly.
Yeah.
Don't do the newspapers.
Yeah.
When was the
good.
last time you watched the news? Like 4 years ago?
Probably before that.
Yeah.
because,
Mum was a weirdo in the 70s.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Dad watched it.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
Dad
you
would
would
sit there and I'd be like,
Excited
stop.
at the television. Who's
Make it
believing this
crap.
rubbish?
What can I do about it? That's how
I
I,
know.
used to think anyway.
Yeah.
Why it's guilty? You know, they're making you feel
Yeah, really
tired,
bad.
and I can't worry about.
Well, we better
something
get
if
some
I can't.
lunch.
We have.
But if you're in Western, you come and find us.
Please.
Yeah, well, we'll
Please.
link you. Great.
Yeah.
We'll follow you and then we'll send a message.
Please do.
We're the three witches from
Yes.
Western.
Awesome. I'd love to see you again.
Yeah, cool.
And
Nice.
I'm-
Good luck.
I'm Trinity 4 on YouTube.
It's good to know that as you've just been called mad in my life, that
We're going to look
people are beginning to wake up to
Yeah.
You're not mad, man. No.
No, but people that's what they think of you.
For me, when I found Flat Earth, it was like, shit, now a lot more things make sense. And I feel, wow,
Yeah.
I understand why I didn't do this or fall in line with that or
Yeah.
whatever.
I used to argue, like, just all those theories, like, well, how am I here and I'm not feeling like I'm going
the
round
spinning, yeah.
the horizon, different, all these things, and then they
So
say
the only thing that
That's
ever
like
made
a
me
fly
think
and I'm here,
was that
Yes.
the water.
everything there.
That's just, it never made sense in science. ever.
Not just that, everything, so much, because people just like
Brush it
down.
off. Yeah.
And they can use like the right words, the big words, and that's
Yeah.
words are so powerful.
Yes.
So
Spells.
you've been able to
Yeah.
Words are spells.
convince people otherwise.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Witchery.
Yeah.
Spelling, because that's what I teach you at school. Spelling.
Especially in science. Yes.
Yeah.
Spelling.
Well,
Yeah.
there's a great place called Brunello in Weston.
Uh-huh.
So it's a great place for a meeting.
Oh, okay.
If you do like a,
Brunello.
say,
Is that a
Flat
pa-
Earthers meet up in
Yeah.
Weston, we'll
Yeah.
come.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then we could just chat.
Like the first,
Yeah.
the first weekend of May.
Yeah,
perhaps.
do that. Put that
Yeah.
out on your thing and we'll
Yeah.
come. I've
Yeah.
got loads of people that will come.
Yeah.
Sunday, please Sunday, I work Saturday.
Okay, yeah. Well, we'd make it Sunday.
We do a Sunday.
Yeah.
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 Nice to meet you, Dave.
Lovely.
So
We
nice
gotta
to meet
go
you.
eat.
Good- Enjoy your lunch and
One more shop
thank you.
I know,
Thank
one
you
more
very
shop
much.
up there. Yes, I need some.
Enjoy the rest
I
of
look
the
forward to
tea
seeing you
night.
ladies again.
I'm so excited to have seen this.
Awesome. Thank you so
Okay.
much. Well, you
Take
made
care.
mine.
Bye, Dave.
Bye, ladies. Well, there you go. It's Kerry, Maggots. I'm right at the bottom. Hey, Mighty Adam. Hippie Shake. That was a great conversation, and those ladies touched on so many points there, didn't they? So I thought that was a real treat. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that too. Hey, Dr. Wells. Or D.E. Wells. Time to go, Dave. Cheers, guys. Chat later. Okay. Well, I've made contact with Flatsworth's Perspective, so that's happy days on that. I'll hopefully, I didn't see the chat at the time. Obviously, I was engaged in conversation, and I do like to look at people in the eyes. It's not my preference is to make eye contact with them and hold it. So looking at the screen is not viable during conversation like that, you know. Maybe I should just be a little bit more harsh and just turn away from it. But anyway, hopefully that Flatsoid will come and have a chat with me sometime. You just got 4 more chickens, Brian. Hey, squirrel. I'm sure that vegetarian conversation was quite, I don't know what the chat was like. I daren't look. I don't like upsetting people about what they think is right with that, you know, everyone to his own. But I know that when you've moved to the kind of vegetarian table, then there is sometimes a judgment of those that haven't, because of the element of harm to the animal, which is a hard one to justify. But we know we live in a world that is doing vast harm to God's creation, which is orders of magnitude worse than the uncertain debate about the animals of burden, the sheep and the goats, which I believe truly we, as part of it, to tend the sheep and the goats literally, and to tend the sheep and goats in yourself. So that's my piece on that. I think there's a value in eating a plant-based diet at least some of the year, if not all year. So that's my thing on that. It's nice to have Brian here. I'm glad you got you and Karen. And I forget his name. Should remember his name. That's not me. That's me. Yeah, nice guy, Karen's partner. I just can't remember his name right now. Free hugs. Were you able to do that during the 2020-21 business?
On and off, yeah.
I saw people getting arrested in Hyde Park for doing hugs.
Yeah, sometimes, I've got to play it a bit safe,
Yeah.
But yeah, it was okay.
Yeah, it was crazy times. We're meant to be contacting with each other, not at arm's length or elbow's length. I used to get people to shake hands like that with the elbow. Be like, hey, your face is closer to mine now that you're using your elbow than when you use your hand. It's one of those stupidities about the whole thing. There's some pretty cool artwork, yeah. What you saying? I assume he's done it all himself.
Right.
Very cool artwork. Guys, while there's a lull in service here, just to give you a little update on what's going on in the Trinity kind of department. So, remember last Sunday, some of you will remember last Sunday, I was in Speaker's Corner, and it was an okay day. Some good conversations, but okay. Anyway, the next day we drove back from London to this part of the country, Somerset, and on the highway, all of a sudden this really loud banging comes from the wheel area, and the brake drum, to cut a long story short, the rear brake drum breaks, and it causes my brakes to almost completely fail. I'm talking like down to 20% fail. Very ugly sounding, and the front brakes had been pinching as well. That was a problem that I'd fixed just in January when we were up in Wolverhampton. I'd had it repaired, but that didn't last, so I was really having problems with that. I burned through like a third of a tank of fuel in what should have used maybe an eighth of a tank of fuel, maybe a sixth, maybe I doubled the amount of fuel, pulling the car along with stuck brakes, and I didn't know, that the car wouldn't jam and the wheel wouldn't lock. So I limped back to the place we were staying at, and then the folks whose house we were staying at now, the guy, I kind of told his partner that we had a car problem. I wasn't really keen on driving the distance to their place the next day, but I was going to do it if I had to. Anyway, he kindly offered to pick me up in his spare truck. He's like, actually, I can lend you this truck for a while. Why don't you get yours fixed? So of all the kind of places for the car to kind of finally break down in a way that it was just no drive and no just handing it over for a few hours in the repair shop. I was just loaned a perfectly suitable truck. And we happen to have like, I've just been given the finger by some guy. I just that's all in a day's work, I suppose. That threw me a little bit. Today, coming to Glastonbury, I had to drive through a fjord of water not far from the place we're staying that would have killed my car. the other one anyway, too deep to have. You ought to see the rest of that, by the way, if you haven't. Too deep for my car to have gone through, so it was like, wow, that was quite good fortune, because I wouldn't have. There's probably another way out, but it just, how epic a kind of happenstance is that? Anyway, I don't have an update on the prognosis or repair cost and time of my car. But we'll see about that. The car has really just had one problem after another recently, so I don't want to be grumpy about that, but these things happen. Just another part of the challenge, eh? If you haven't seen these already, this is the new banner, or one of the new banners. And I've put this here to kind of, in my mind, I've got people much closer to this, reading this information, saying this is not what we think. Not that I'm pushing the Bible story, but if I had to do this again, I would probably make that a little bit bigger. It's a bit small for people to read from a distance. I need to do a video on how I think that this works. How I never said it to those ladies. I was going to say it to them, but that these are the continents on macrocosm, and on the microcosm, then this is you. This is the material part of the ether around you, or the electromagnetic torus or apple around you. And did I say it on camera? I'm not sure if I did, but I did say definitely to one guy today, I think his name is Andy, that this butt, if this energy is coming in here like this, it's rising up our feet and then going through possibly a black hole in order to materialize dense enough to be that seed. It's a theory, of course. I am only postulating, because we can't know for sure, but the accretion disk, or the creation disk, between the Robert David LaPointe torus systems is, I think, points to the creation. There was earlier a whole furore with some folks here, and it was like right in the middle of that really nice conversation with those three flat sisters. Someone taking a picture of it there. Did you see the bit earlier on when the preacher came, the guy with the dog collar? He was a little unfriendly, and he didn't like me putting this here when he said that it's in disrespect of those who fall, and I say that's a crock of shit, because those that fell, if they fell for a deceptive cause, you'd want to know, unless you were too Dunning-Krugered or whatever, to Stockholm syndromed to want to challenge this, because, like I said to the ladies earlier on, there's so much trauma associated with all this death. This is just one town, 1914 to 1919, and those above from the later one. And now these that died suddenly are being followed by other victims of the latest war on mankind. Fletcher was out, I guy ate 2 full chickens a day for bread. I don't, I can't knock that. I do think we're omnivorous. So if I had to say, well, is eating meat only, unless you lived like in the tundra of Siberia, is a meat-only diet necessary? That maybe your system works better on only meat. For some people, yeah, might get some interest. All right, lads. All right. Yeah. That was a real high point, those ladies. I'm getting more and more of those, though. You know, actually, it's gloomy, not, because I do get more and more of those than I used to. I think people go, it's only been a year or two, but yes, I get it. And interestingly, these people are not kooky looking. They are just normal looking folks who've kind of worked it out, and that's, with all due respect to my fellow early birds in flat Earth, that's new. And I think the gold that we were given by the awful stuff that happened in 2020. And again, I know lots of old people who were lonely, and the horrors on the young and so on. It doesn't need repeating, does it? Hi there. Can I give you some information? You've got to approach so cautiously. The deer is easily right in the way.
Yeah, sometimes it's a real nice book. I feel like I'm desecrating. It's bad. Far from every library. Yes, although I'll use junk mail sometimes. If it's the colours on it, I'll use the junk mail, so that's good to get rid of that. Yeah. But yeah, if I go in a recycling bin, that's like an art shop today.
I was expecting, and I'm expecting there to be a bit more sunshine later on. I don't know what the time is now. If you like intellectual science discussion, then that Flatsoid Perspective channel is worth checking out. He does spend his days, his free time, doing fairly in-depth scientific review analysis of what it is we know, and what it is we can test, and what it is we're being expected to believe, rather than be able to test for ourselves. Feel the energy. That 200 proofs, ideally they'd be a little bit closer to each other, actually. Maybe I could move that one. So I hope I finished talking about that earlier and I didn't get too distracted. But I think, in a world in which we hypothesize over so many things, then I think a little bit of speculation on these things is absolutely acceptable. Yeah. In Glastonbury. Hi. I should be flying. What am I doing? I'm falling asleep on the job here. I need some sunshine. Let's see who's in the chat. Hello, Abhishek. Pretty town. Are you talking about Glastonbury? Yeah, it's pretty funky in that way. It's mainly just this one street, 400 meters long maybe, to the top there, maybe a little further. Leading up, if you follow on up there and a little bit up, you'll get to the Glastonbury Tor, the famous Glastonbury Tor, which is, I think, where the line of Mary runs through the ley line. I'm not a scholar on the ley lines. I profess to be. Hey, jolly man. Good to see you. Cage around the trees. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that, hey, just like, why do you think they need that? Cages around the trees. Because we are so See, like that experiment they did in the 70s where they put a few hundred rats into a rat house suitable for 3,000, and over 5 generations they watched, or 6 generations, they watched until they had to end the project, how the society of rats became ever more degenerate the more the overpopulation increased. And that's the world we live in degeneracy created by the conditions of the prison. Why and to what end? Because we see the squeezing. I've just, seen so much recently this idea that the big cities are tooling up to take lots of extra people in very big high-rise buildings, and I see that as part of a longer-term agenda. I work for the housing department at Westminster City Council, and everyone knows Westminster City Council is where Buckingham Palace is, and Houses of Parliament, and so it's quite a central place in London. And the housing dude there went to a top-level meeting once and came back and said to me, in 20 years, this is in the 90s, in 20 years they're going to turn all of this into residential buildings rather than office blocks as they were now, or then. And we see that happening as people decentralize and work from home more, and more things are done by a computer. I think they're pushing people towards this smart agenda of smart cities and everybody having work, home and social stuff within a small radius of where they live. So that's what I would say on that. Train of thought went on something else. Oh yeah, so I see that. I see the pushing of humanity, squeezing of humanity increasingly into the smart city, in the conurbation. And apparently this town, Glastonbury, the house prices have skyrocketed in the last year as people are trying to move away from that kind of concentration of people. This offers a stepping stone in that direction, I think. I don't want to be too gloom and doom, but I do think that over 20 years from now, if you've made your way in that time to the land, you will be grateful for it. My friends are on their way back from their lunch. They'll give me the wave. See you again. Bye-bye. Thank you. See that? Fellow flatties. Being surrounded by radar, no good for man of east. Yeah, I think so. It's hard to know and quantify this stuff. Oh, I was a bit slow on the flyer there. The boyfriend's going, no, I know all of this, it's stupid. I got a bit more chalk with me. I could use this moment to. Oh, did I tell you about? So yeah, we've got a temporary solution for the vehicle, and at this point in time, an unknown solution for the prognosis for the Ford that Simon got us. But what will be will be. We'll work it out. We have been at on the brink, as they say, so many times that if I can't have faith now, then I may never have faith. Not spinning.
I didn't know what he said.
Let's change color. For this next one, I think we'll change color because there's a more appropriate color. What I have in mind. Not that one. No. One sec. There we go. Well, that's gotten quite large, hasn't it? Hello, brother. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. You
Cool.
flat earth?
Yeah.
I am too.
Awesome,
I've
man.
got a flat earth tattoo.
No way.
The lighthouse.
Awesome.
I mean, what's all that about?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can
and,
see.
And look, the horizon is flat there on the tattoo.
It always is,
You know what
brother.
I mean?
It always is.
And the lighthouses.
Yeah. Yeah. Furthest we can see a lighthouse is 80 miles, and if
They
it was
should
a
be
curve.
leaning back, and the light.
Yeah. Pointing up.
Pointing up.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
I tried to explain gravity to my brother, not with this, but I dropped something on the floor,
Yeah.
like a cloth type thing.
Yeah.
And part of it, if you do it now, look, how come gravity isn't pulling this bit?
Yes.
This bit?
Yes.
It's pulling that
Yes.
bit
Why
down
isn't it squashing it to the floor?
But you know, like,
That's the same as a leaf. You know, it'll just sit there perfectly and
Yeah.
hold itself. It's got enough strength to hold itself from whatever downward force is attracting it.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
no, and of course, what people don't like to remember is that not only that, you had to lift it up before it could fall down. So you
Yeah,
had to bring
yeah.
it out of equilibrium,
Right.
rise it above your head or whatever, and
Yeah,
drop
yeah.
it down. Now, the heavier the thing, the higher you lift it, the more force it's going to have on the way down.
Exactly.
We understand
More
that.
inertia,
You
yeah.
understand that when you're 5 years old. But then to say that that same force is now going to attract people to the underside of a ball,
Oh,
like
mate, I just
like
want this
ticks
thing,
on a
yeah.
belly of a dog. Yeah, in the water, and the ships and the planes, and your body senses will never know that you're upside down. Nothing that we measure can show you're upside down.
if I was in Australia, yeah, you'd have a
Yeah,
lot of time
yeah.
convincing me that I was
That now
upside
you've
down.
gone upside down. Yeah, I fly to South Africa quite regularly, or I used
Is that
to.
where you're from?
Yeah, and that's hot. That's a quarter of the way around the globe. So
Yeah.
my
You should be
my
like that.
perpendicular has changed by 90 degrees,
90
and yet I
degrees,
don't. I feel everything's level the
Yeah,
whole way
of
for
course, flat,
10, 11
level.
hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mad, isn't it?
Yeah. Same as if you take a globe, take a piece of string on that flight from Johannesburg to London to Heathrow, and then take that same string from Johannesburg to South America, where they've got a flight that goes out to South America now.
Yeah.
The string is shorter to South America, but the flight is 4.5 hours longer.
How does that work?
How does that
That's what I mean,
work?
isn't it?
How does that work? There's so many things that once you look in, it's like, well, we're not spinning.
I know,
Eh?
it's ridiculous.
I mean, oh no, the whole atmosphere's just been dragged. But you know,
Yeah,
when
yeah.
you spun your bicycle tire, the wind is getting left behind. You might create a little bit of
Yeah,
a,
yeah,
a
yeah.
whirlpool, but you're not going to drag the wind with you at the same
So
speed as your
obvious.
wheel.
Once you sort of realise, it's just obvious.
Yeah,
I seem to remember when we were kids, I did laugh when the teacher first showed us the globe.
Yeah.
And it's funny that that's one of the first things when you're 4 or 5 years
Yeah.
old, they go, globe, which
yes.
is where you live.
And this is how gravity is.
And they say people live under here, Australia, and the kids do laugh.
Yeah.
They go, oh miss, yeah, but surely they'd pull off. Oh no, gravity again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The kids
Yeah.
know already. They know them.
Yeah, but that makes
Upside down.
see that ends up making you down though, because you realize that you have to go along with it,
Yeah,
or you
well,
feel
yeah,
stupid,
exactly, yeah. All
so
the
you
mates
just
are
fall
gonna
in
laugh
line.
at you.
Yeah.
You know, they used to put
Yeah.
people to death.
Yeah. So
Just leaving them
so
flat.
you end up struggling in school thinking maybe there's something wrong with me, when in fact it was that you weren't being able to be brainwashed in the way that you're meant to be.
Exactly.
And that's why you
Yeah.
came out clear.
It's
you know,
always a
that-
globe and dinosaurs. They ran
Yeah.
down your throat when you first.
Yeah,
Do you
more.
not believe in dinosaurs?
No. No.
Do you mean many other flat earthers?
Do I meet many? Yeah, I've met quite a few actually around. I've done.
Met that many.
No, not that many here. I've just spoken to 3 lovely ladies from wherever, but it's growing. I think the number is growing. Yeah.
It's going to be big.
Yeah.
Once people start realising. Because people say to me, "Oh yeah, what about this? What about that?" It's hard for me to explain to them.
Yeah.
Even the lighthouse thing,
Yeah.
they don't get it. But I say to them, "How many flat Earth videos have you watched?" "Oh, none." Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Like Eric Dubé, you know that name?
Yeah, I do.
Eric Dubé,
His name's on those banners I got over there.
Oh, he's one of the main ones who got me into it.
Yeah.
And allegedly Dave.
Allegedly Dave, Murphy. Dave Murphy, I know him personally.
He's quite good.
Yeah. Well, we went on tour together in Europe in 2019, just before the lockdowns. And he did the first month and I did the second month on this tour around Europe.
Yeah.
So we both talk from a lot of the same stuff. No, we don't agree on everything, but we come from the same idea about this heliocentric lie is designed to weaken us, to minimize us, to reduce us.
I'll take it further.
Where they stopped teaching common law and all that in school in the 70s, they took it all away because they don't want us to know the real laws. They don't want us to know nothing.
That's right.
No, they want to keep us.
They want us dumbed down. They want to
put fluoride in the water.
That's right.
Question anything.
Yeah.
They treat us like mushrooms.
Yeah.
Keep us in the dark and feed us shit.
Yeah. And everything's inverted. So they say evolved and we're the highest when in fact we are devolving. They're trying to devolve us and break us down to the lowest that we could become.
Well, that's how far I'm taking the globe really satanic.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, it's against, because it's against us. It's against us becoming the highest sovereign beings that we were meant to be by the Creator. Was that you're meant to be on the top of the pyramid, not on the bottom.
They make us to feel insignificant.
Yeah.
Like a grain of sand.
Exactly. And I used to raise my older children on that. Oh yeah, we were just an explosion, monkeys evolved, and we're lucky to be here. No, this was created for us.
Explosions destroy things.
That's right.
How come this explosion created everything?
We're the same way that gravity holds water, the underside of a ball. My magic. It's all magic. Black magic, dark magic, for sure.
Magic.
Yeah. And it's spellcraft that they put on us when we were young to believe all of this shit.
That's like that common law thing with the language. Spell. Spell.
Yeah.
You know,
Spelling.
Spell word spelling.
And you write in cursive, which is curses. You're spelling out curses when you write stuff as well. So we got to be.
The whole etymology thing is
fascinating subject. But the more you look into it, the more you can become empowered and less affected by the waves and the winds that this system keeps trying to blow. Huff and puff.
None of it. I've always knew I was different to everyone else, even when I was little. And as I've grown older, I've just got more stronger. I don't care if people laugh at me. First thing I tell them, they're blah blah blah. I'm a flat earther. Hang on.
Nice.
Start with that. You know what I mean?
That's the gateway truth.
Get all the laughing out of the way. Yeah, no.
The mocking,
Yeah. I don't care. People have been laughing at me all my life, pointing at me all my life. I don't care. Bring it on.
Some people in my chat would say that there's NPCs in the world. Have you heard that phrase?
Yeah,
player characters.
Yeah.
That some people are just here to fill the scene rather than be on the journey of exceptional growth,
well, they won't
soul growth.
Anything.
Yeah.
We've got our other brother.
Yeah.
He's a lot older than us, isn't he? He thinks, oh God.
He thinks you're nuts because you think.
Well, I don't really talk to him about anything.
I try.
No, you can't.
I try and enlighten him,
but
he just.
He was in the car on when I was on loudspeaker, and I said, "This is why I believe that no one went to the moon, because I couldn't even get a bus. Even the buses weren't running on time."
Yeah.
So now they put people on the moon back in the 60s. They can't make a bus run on time.
Well, what about your mobile phone? You can go out of town just 10 miles, you can't get a phone signal, but they got a phone signal on the moon, didn't they?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Television pictures and everything.
Yeah.
And they reckon they went to the moon with less technology than what's in our phone.
That's right.
It's bollocks.
And they lost all of the data, so they can't prove they went there. You know.
It's laughable.
It is laughable, but people cling on to this belief system like it's the last thing they got.
That's why I don't say anything to Dave, our big brother. It's pointless.
Yeah.
He won't listen. If the government on the idiot box on the idiot lantern said if that told him what I've told him, then he'll believe it.
Yes.
Because they told him.
Yes.
If I try and to him. He just, no.
Like
Yeah.
this fake alien invasion.
Yes.
coming.
Oh, you got it, eh?
Yeah. He'd be straight on that
Yeah.
one, wouldn't he?
Yeah. He was
If
lap that
I
up.
told him there's aliens, he'd
You
just
go,
laugh
yeah,
at me.
yeah.
But if it comes up on his phone, or
real.
the idiot lad, and
Yeah.
oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
And he thinks the government are in charge of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I told him.
Yeah.
the
People
other
have
day-
given away their mastery, their self-mastery.
Oh
I
God.
said to him, they think they're in charge, and he said they are in charge. And I'm like, I'm fighting a losing battle
Yeah,
here.
you
know what I
are.
mean?
Are you a vegetarian vegan by any chance?
No.
No, you're not.
No.
Oh, there's the next step.
Yeah.
You get even more enlightenment.
Really?
It's
I
oh,
believe
it's
so.
like-
Wow. Well, I've just been
mad.
talking
It's
about
just-
that. Really.
Yeah, really.
Yeah,
I've had it years, you know, we've been vegetarians all our lives.
Oh, okay.
Well, I always say that, don't I? All our adult lives.
Right.
And I remember years ago, just it was happening. It's like, wow. You know,
Wow.
it's just
People
mad.
have said that to me, like you get into
I
because
think you
it's
evolved
lighter
as
food.
Another step up.
Yeah.
You do.
That's
I'll tell you
definitely-
what, my son's girlfriend, when she, like, they've only been together about a year, but I'm so glad I met him because I learnt so much from you guys. It's,
Yeah.
You know,
Elevated
she's
her,
vegan,
yeah,
everything's-
Another
Yeah.
step up the ladder.
It is, yeah.
Right.
Maybe
Right.
that could be the next
That might be my
thing.
next
Yeah,
evolution.
yeah. I'm not going to stand here giving you a lecture,
No,
Yeah.
no.
but I could change your mind within minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the milk thing. Oh my
Yeah.
God. Yeah. Oh, it's just shocking.
I bought
But it's
mine
all
up.
on the internet.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
My two
try
were brought
not
up
to watch
veggie,
them.
weren't
Yeah, since they were born.
Now they're vegan.
What a result, hey?
They're all good.
Since they were
Yeah.
born.
Yeah.
Well, Keaton's a great big lad, isn't he?
Big
Yeah.
than me.
Yeah, big lad. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I've got to keep an open mind on all of these things.
Yeah, always have an open mind.
Because I know for sure I don't know everything. The
none
more
of
I've
us
learned,
do. None of us do, and that's why we're on this journey,
Yeah.
searching, isn't it?
yeah.
We meet people, we learn more.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's it, that's what-
and I think because I think we come from a place of love. Whatever God is, or the Creator, the Source, it's a
Definitely,
love
definitely.
thing. And what we're in
Definitely.
here is a war against love. It's like
Yeah.
everything
War
to
makes
divide
money.
and conquer.
War makes money for the powerful.
Well, also, it keeps you in fear, and
Yeah.
when you're fear,
The
you're
fear
small.
campaign,
You won't
yeah.
stand for yourself anymore.
But this gets back to the vegan thing and the vegetarian thing. Violence.
Yeah.
There's violence going
Yeah.
on there.
Yeah.
There's no love going on there.
No.
Yeah,
You know?
Yeah.
And people, oh, I love animals.
yeah.
Yeah.
That is obviously. But I would say, not that I want to debate it with you, but I would say obviously that if we are the Creator's expression,
Yeah.
then we created this world for us. We essentially created this world for
Yeah,
us.
yeah.
And so the animals that come, like, let's say I'm an Eskimo, and the fish that
Oh,
I need
right.
and the
Yeah,
seal
yeah,
that I
yeah,
need
yeah,
to
yeah,
survive, I would
Yeah.
I would see how I would put that in my environment so that I could use its skin to stay warm in
you
the
have
cold.
to-
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
a different thing. That
Yeah.
they're using that to survive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas here,
definitely.
you can walk in any shop
Gotcha.
and
No, I
True.
gotcha.
you've
Yeah.
got what you need.
But if
know
you
what
and
I
I
mean?
were, if supermarkets all went away tomorrow,
Which
and
can happen.
we became omnivores, then there might be times in the year where you go, you know what, the only food that's available now is that sheep that was chewing on the cud all
I think
through
I'll
the summer.
die first.
Yeah, I think I would.
Well, that's fair enough.
yeah.
But that's why I think if we are the Creator, then there's no real death. There's only that you should treat it with love, like in the way
Yeah.
that if you were the farmer, like let's say,
Yeah, yeah.
you know, with the farmer, they're fucked. Actually, they
There
need
shouldn't
a.
really be any sheep.
Well, remember that the evolution story about we tamed sheep 12,000 years ago and
Yeah,
all that,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
bullshit.
Yeah.
That's also bullshit. You know, I think
Yeah.
that this place was created with every animal that's here when,
Yeah, yeah.
when it came, right? So,
But not to be eaten, surely.
well, I think that, I think that, you
Not
know,
when there's so much
just
other food to eat.
well, if there is, and if you say you lived in a jungle where there was no
Like you
meat,
mentioned the Eskimos, similar.
yeah, if you lived in a jungle and you got lots of, say, food from the plants, mangoes and all the fruit and
Oh,
what have you,
mate,
that might all you ever need to eat, yeah?
Yeah,
But if you were like, say, in some place that was, there's very little food here, but there's a buck, and that's the only thing that I find to eat for a week,
Yeah,
I'm probably
yeah,
going to
yeah.
think, oh, well, I'm meant to take the buck, you know?
Yeah.
Not mow all the bucks down, but to take one when I'm
Take what you
hungry
need.
because what I need.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So that's
yeah.
that. If we were in a natural way, I would say that would be.
Yeah.
If you gave me no books, no clothes, no whatever, just now you got to survive in this environment. I'd have to look to all the food sources that
Yeah,
were in
you
my
would.
environment.
Or
How are
would
you
die.
going to kill that buck?
Oh yeah,
How are you
would
gonna
Well,
kill
I
How are
would.
you gonna catch that buck?
Yeah, well, I would
How
have
are you
to.
gonna
I would
kill
have
that
to.
You'd
I'd
be
have to.
exhausted
I'd have to
before
learn
you
from
did
the
it.
lion, you know. But you see, when I was a kid, I did communication operations with Avambo people, which are tribal people in northern Namibia,
Yeah.
and they lived in the desert for thousands of years. That's
Yeah.
their home. That's their place, right? And because I did 2 years national service, part of that I had to go and talk to these people, and they lived as probably as simply as almost any people do left on earth, you know. And for them, they had to grow food in the ground, but they also had to carry a few cattle with them, you know, that they would if they needed to. Obviously, they were precious to them. If there's no other food, then they had those food with them. And we've often seen like the Bushmen or whatever with a spear. They've gone out, they found themselves a small rabbit or something that they can make food from. So
that is a big difference though from like a slaughterhouse.
Oh yeah, and a man just
all of our food.
Worlds apart.
Yeah, no, but the same is true with even the fruit and vegetables. You know, like the fruit and vegetables that these guys would grow in the wild, more than organic. You know, they'd never been near a pest. Any kind of every spray or GMO related seeds or all this sort of stuff. So our whole food chain is being bastardized. And because we come from vibration, we are vibration, and the food that we eat carries a vibration into us. And that vibration is either because the animal was frightened, fear put into given lots of poison, treated badly or whatever, rather than lived wild. And then boom, one arrow through the head. That's my family fed for the next 2 weeks. I'm happy now.
Good point.
So that would be why if I just look to what is I can do in a natural world, because this world that's been implanted on us is no longer natural. From the greens that we
I don't even eat fruit and veg.
Right.
I say I'm a vegan. I don't eat fruit and veg.
Right.
But I know what they do. You know.
Yeah. So it is about, you know, the right kind of vibration. You know, and that's all. I mean, but not. I also don't like killing actually at all. I'm not really into that. But I know that there's a difference between me killing a man and me killing an animal. Now, if I did it for my own personal gratification, like hunting just for fun, that's definitely out of order in my view. That's like that's being greedy or what's the word?
Showing off.
Well, yeah, but
looking for trophies.
Yeah, it's being like a glutton, and you know, that's gluttony in a way.
Yeah, gluttony.
Yeah, so that wouldn't make sense to me. But yeah, if my little boy's hungry or my family's hungry, it's winter time. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna do what I have to do.
It's a good point. It's a good point.
And I say to people, if you go and if you have to eat animals, because animals do eat animals. So those animals that eat animals are the animals that I would avoid eating. Those animals that only eat vegetarian animals, those are the ones that I would say pick as the food that I would.
Nobody eats animals that eat other animals.
No,
right.
They don't.
Well, they do in other countries like China. They might have dogs.
Yeah.
Dog festival.
And like prawns as well. You know, bottom feeders and pigs, they will eat meat. They will actually eat meat, which is why we probably shouldn't really eat those ones, because they are eating foul stuff. But that would be my kind of take on that. Just, you know, and obviously I do check myself, and I hope, you know, I'm doing the best that I can for the creator and for myself and so on. And that's all you want to do at the end of the day.
I go by the first commandment, thou shalt not kill.
Yeah.
People seem to think that means thou shalt not kill another human.
Yeah.
I think it means
anything,
even the ants on the floor.
I'm with you on the ants. I would prefer to avoid the ants. I wrote a book about my time in the war, and I admit in the book that I cried as a kid when I stood on if someone stood on ants, you know, because I was like, absolutely.
There's also a difference between standing on one and purposely standing on
exactly.
one.
You know, seeing an ant and going to crush it.
If you say, oh, there's a wasp, people go, quick, kill it.
Yeah, no, I'm like, try and get it out of the room.
There's a spider, quick, kill it. I'm like, what?
No.
What do you mean kill it?
Yeah, leave it. It'll make a web and it'll catch all the other little flying things. You know, so So I prefer not to do any of that, but at the same time, you know, that's my, for what it's worth, that's my 5 cents on that. I've really enjoyed chatting with you. What's your name?
My name's Glenn.
Glenn, I'm Dave.
Dave,
yeah.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Trinity 4 on YouTube is my YouTube name.
Oh, right, yeah.
I have Trinity 4. And your brothers, Glenn and... Norm?
Yeah,
nice
we're
to meet
brothers.
you, Norm. Nice to meet you.
We've been brothers all our lives.
Yeah, all our lives.
All your lives, really? No, I wouldn't have said so, but now that you mention it. Did I give you one?
Yeah,
I did.
Without a doubt.
All right.
Yeah,
please take one.
Yeah, this is great. It's really nice to meet another flat earther.
Yeah, you tell me about it. But like I say, I think there is maybe a special journey that some people are meant to be on. And I don't say that because I want to be on some special, unique journey. When I started out on this, I was thinking in a year or two, everyone's going to know the Earth is flat. It's going to be so easy for everyone to see. But then, but this is, I said that in 2016. And
it must be a bit longer than that.
It's
too deeply ingrained, isn't it?
But there is this, but there is this reality, and that is that if you had to turn off the lie tap today and tell everybody the truth, everybody got whatever the truth is, here it is. Whether you can handle it or not, well, the world would go to hell in a handbasket quite quickly.
Oh, it would.
I think
people
it would
just freak out.
Yeah, because if and say the supply chain breaks, then we're starving, and we're not even worried whether we're eating cats and dogs. People are starting to eat each other. You know what I mean? Exactly. So I don't know that it needs to be the case that everybody wakes up now. It's more about if you know this, then you've got to take your course of your journey on a way with that knowledge, that true knowledge, whether that leads you back to the land or whether you find some way within the city. But that's got to be your own choice, your own journey. But with truth in your heart rather than all the indoctrination.
Let your heart lead you.
Yeah.
Not true deep down.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Especially these flat earth things.
Oh yes. Keep it flat.
Definitely.
Once you
go flat, you don't
go back. Absolutely.
You're coming round, aren't you?
Yeah, once you go flat. Once you know that water's level, and it was the curvature formula that blew it for me, man. When I saw that formula, I was like, I never got taught that. And when I apply that to my life experience, being near the sea, it's like, that's not there. That's not there.
And the boat's going over the horizon thing. Oh, the boats go over the horizon. It's rubbish.
Easy to debunk.
Get a decent
P900.
You can bring them back into focus.
Yeah, the Nikon camera.
Curve.
No.
Or can that camera see over the curve?
That's what they'll try and tell us. The light is bending.
The water makes it bend.
Yeah. Snell's law, I think.
You've got a laugh,
yeah.
Hey. But keep
Thanks, brother.
And
let me just finish this off. Yeah. NASA hoax I was going to write.
It could be a lot of things. Not a something. Definitely all right.
There you go. Yeah.
Although there are.
They Globers like to say around. There's lots of flat earthers around the globe, but you can go around Glastonbury and it doesn't make it a globe. You can go around Wembley Stadium, doesn't make it a ball.
No, and people point to the sky, and say, "Oh, well, the planet's around."
Yeah,
so
we must be round.
That's like looking at your light bulb in the ceiling. I think, well, my light bulb's round, that means my table must be round.
Yeah.
Or snooker balls on the table.
Yes.
The balls are round on the snooker table, that means the table itself must be round.
Yeah, like a football pitch, which is also round, I ain't never seen that before. Imagine playing football on a round pitch.
Just simple little things like that, enough to make you think, well,
You've thought about it, that's for sure.
Yeah,
And then the other one is that you go to the discotheque, the nightclub, and you think it's the floor that's moving and not the lights on the ceiling. That would be you've drunk too much wine tonight, mate. If you think the floor's moving.
It's laughable.
It is laughable, brothers. Well, once again, so
nice
good
one,
to
Dave.
meet you, Dave.
Dave, Nice to meet you.
Yeah. And Norm.
Nice one, Dave.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good spreading.
Thank you.
We're going down.
Oh, yeah. See you later, Dave.
Yeah, until next time, brother. What is his name? Huh? Oh, yeah. I could do a NASA with a Z. I've got some people here. How you doing? Hello.
Like 100 miles is not going to be. You're trying to convince me that if you can see it straight line 100 miles, look at the scale of the Earth.
Hi. I put these banners up, and I have a YouTube channel. I go around the country talking to people about what I believe to be one of the greatest deceptions of all. And the Americans talking about 100 miles. The Americans have a weapon called the railgun. Have you come across that on YouTube? Yeah. That thing shoots at Mach 15 when it leaves the ship, right? And they can paint a target 80 to 100 miles away, line of sight with a laser, and fire that thing like a dart that doesn't deviate at all across 100 miles of sea. according to the trigonometry, there should be over 6,000 feet of curvature. There should be impossible to see a ship. Even a periscope for a submarine shouldn't get more than 2 miles before the water should be bending around and be unable to see anything over the curve of the hump of the water. Yeah. So if we live on a globe, like they say, we should also experience spinning. And they say when you're small...
Going to pull things towards the earth. Because obviously gravity is acting upon water, which makes it go, but gravity is acting upon the missile too.
Yeah.
Well,
that doesn't explain anything I can see as far as that.
Well, if it's no, it's okay. You know, remember we were all.
Sound like if we've gone to space and we've seen this a three-dimensional spherical object, because a lot breaks down theoretically about everything we know about the whole solar system.
Yes.
If the Earth is not a globe.
Yes.
Like what are we talking about with orbits and solar system with going around the sun and spin and the cycle of days?
Can I offer you some answers on that? Because I used to believe in the globe up until the age of 47. So I raised children to university level on the idea that we are evolved monkeys on a globe. And then I realized the formula, this trigonometry, I like maths, and I looked at that. I grew up by the sea. I was like, I'd never see curvature according to what they say. So either the Earth is much bigger or there is no curvature and water is truly level. And when it comes to what's going on in the sky, then these things the lights that we see, they're real. They're there. You can see them with a telescope, you can see them with your naked eye, some of them, and with powerful cameras. And these things might be a lot closer than the millions of light years away. So everything is still in place, but it's just inverted. So as I say to people in nature, everything in nature has to have a skin, a bark, a peel, a shell, everything. Everything has to contain its fruit inside a container, except the globe. The globe has this magic called gravity, which is that when something falls to the floor, I call that gravity, and now I make it a fixed container that contains the gas of our atmosphere, unlike nothing else, which does, if you ring a tree, if you take the bark around a ring of a tree, you'll kill the tree because it needs to be protected by its own bark, its own skin. So our Earth is like an egg, if you like. We live inside of the globe on a plane of existence within what could be a torus system, so a giant egg, if you like, an oblate spheroid, as they say in mainstream science. Like Earth is not a sphere, it's an oblate spheroid, is what they try and say. Well, maybe it is that, but it's an electromagnetic spheroid, and right at the center of it is this accretion or creation environment, this Goldilocks zone, in which matter can convert from light to something solid, or things can become solid as we see them and feel them here. And only in this place and on this plane can we have solid matter. Everything else is light. Everything else is electromagnetism. It's all electromagnetism, essentially. But we're within the globe, if you like, to use mainstream terminology. In fact, our whole universe is one universal egg. And then we're inside, right at the center. And mainstream science admits that we're in the center of the universe. It did this thing called the background radiation WMAP. And they used to do it every year, and it always came back with the same result, saying, "Oh, we just happen to find, whatever we can measure in the universe out there, it seems to always put us right at the center." And that might be the truth, is that we're at the center of this torus. Now, if I think
we've got a friend meeting us on the high street, and they're probably wondering where we are.
I'd like to offer you the hourglass shape as a way to think about the inside of the torus. The torus is like a donut. And on the inside of the torus, where the pinch point is for the hourglass, that's the point of density. That's the singularity, which I think is where we live on this plane. And you are a microcosm of the macrocosm. So you are, all of what is in the universe is within you. So the luminaries, the big stars, the Mars, Mercury, Venus, these are energy centers that are replicated in each of us. Almost like we're a carbon copy, but a tiny fractal of the whole. That's what the universe is. But this science of Darwinism, Big Bangism, and so on is designed to replace religion, which religion is this thing that tries to demean whatever God is and whatever your connection is to that source, whatever God is. So I think you are the center of creation, and whatever God is inside of you. Like Jesus was trying to say, I think that you are Christ. Each of us is the Christ, the light of the Creator, the spark. I offer to people this analogy that if you take an orange and you cut it top to bottom and let it fall open, then the seeds in the center are the hard parts that we call continents. And the same with the microcosm is the seeds of the center is what your body is, but you are a much larger apple, electromagnetic system. And this is just the material part of you that's materialized that I can recognize and so on. But people who can see in other dimensions or other frequencies would say that there's more of you than just this material being. You have an aura, you have an energy field around you.
Yeah.
And that energy field is the microcosm of the whole that we're coming from or we're in. So I know it's a lot, but that goes a long way from, wow, can you prove to me that we don't live on a globe? And I'd say, yeah.
I think that's a difficult way of phrasing things. Can you prove to me that we don't? I mean, that's like beyond all reasonable doubt. You can't prove anything beyond all reasonable doubt.
Well, I know that
I can't disagree with you wholeheartedly because I can't narrow down every single.
I'm pretty sure life's a simulation. I don't believe in it.
Well, the simulation theory is interesting. I took DMT in 2015. You know ayahuasca.
Yeah.
I took DMT in 2015, and I saw everything as light. That I think everything is light. So you could see it as a simulation in that
like
way.
More of this, we could be a consciousness floating in space for all we know.
And who's the programmer?
No one can dispute that at the end of the day. You can't.
But we can.
I just think that this is, for me, I guess, offering me more questions than it does answers.
Yeah.
But there are some great answers to be had and some empowerment of the self on your life journey. You're young, but in your life journey to know how important you are rather than, as I raised my children, to think that they were just lucky strikes, Darwinian Big Bang strikes. No, when it's created, you may be your own creator. You, when you leave this avatar, will go back to your higher self. And I already see that now, having been an atheist, but avoided the DMT. And I see that now, that we are the essence of the creator. But there are things that you can prove, and that is, for example, that water is always going to stay level.
It doesn't. I seen the thing where it's spun round.
Yeah.
And it goes like that. But if you spin it round, it does make a kind of weird shape.
Like a convexity.
Yeah.
But inside a bowl.
That shocked me.
Yeah, but that would be in a bowl, right?
Okay, right.
You've got to contain water. Nice chatting to you, man.
Cheers.
Good luck. Yeah, you've got to contain water. Water obeys a very simple rule of it runs downhill until it gets contained.
What do you think the reason for the ball earth?
Well, the ball earth is a good way of constraining you. So if I wrapped England into a ball and said there's nowhere else in the world other than on this ball, you wouldn't travel anywhere else because you wouldn't think that there was more land. So one of the theories is that there's definitely more land. Another theory, of course, is that they're doing it to control your soul, which is much more esoteric. But so at the simple level, control us, our bodies, our taxes, our lives, to maybe stop us from going to other more interesting lands. That a guy called Admiral Byrd, an American sailor, he was very highly revered. He went down to Antarctica for 15 years, and he said he found land greater than North America.
He got chased away, didn't he?
There's that story, and that might have to do with the Hitler story and so on. So there's a lot of stuff that we don't know about the nature. And then they signed the Antarctic Treaty, which you probably heard about, 1957, I think. And all these countries locked it down, which means that we can't really explore it and truly find out what's going on. So there are big questions about, well...
But maybe it's not all for bad reasons. Maybe there could be, say for instance, we're all sinners. We all suffer from the deadly sins. It's in our DNA. And say beyond the ice wall, there is pure places.
Yeah, I'll get you.
So the thing is, evil people want a piece of that. If there was
I'll get you on that.
Crystal, there's diamonds, there's gold, everything, nobody will steal it because they're all pure.
Yes.
But if people know about it, we're going to have a lot of problems.
I get you on that. I totally get you on that.
We'll tell them we're living in a bar.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense to me. I get that.
And also, in the biblical sense, it does say in the end days that Satan will be given free rein for the kingdom.
Yeah.
And even from the beginning, it says that he was banished to earth.
Yeah.
So this is his kingdom.
Okay.
We was always inherited that. It was always in our blood, and only by learning the lessons of life and purifying ourselves could we ever hope to go past the ice wall.
Well, I like your idea about us not being perhaps pure enough. But the thing is that if you if you want pure water, you've got to distill it, right? So maybe this process is a process of distillation.
We've got a big enough earth to,
you know?
to distill ourselves, to get to the purity, to get to the Wizard of Oz.
That's right, that's right,
really
exactly.
Is. But I discovered who the Wizard of Oz was 2 days ago. I watched the video.
Yeah.
And it's people don't like to talk about him, but we have to know.
Yeah.
Jimmy Savile.
Wow.
Jimmy Savile was, he said the Duke of Kent and the head mason called him Oz. And then he rectified himself by ostentatious. But he was a wizard.
Yeah.
He like we're on a ley line here,
yes.
He used to run up and down the ley lines.
Really?
He jingle jangle
stuff,
all the stuff.
Yeah. Well, he knew stuff, right? Let me we'll chat with these guys. But yeah, I know I'm fascinated by your theory, and I think for me, it's like why lie to my children then? Why put my children who become teachers into a system of deception so that they...
Because of the trickery involved in it.
Yeah.
You convince someone that many times, it's impossible for people to believe in the flat earth because they have to admit that they've been lied to all their life and they can't face that.
Yeah.
So it's easy for them, even irrational and stupid as it is, and I mean, they got away with the moon landing 50 years ago.
I know.
How can the footage is there, the tin foil, and they're still...
People still want to believe it. And we haven't been back, and they'll still make excuses 50 years down the line.
But I heard
Neil Armstrong himself said we didn't go. Or not, Buzz Aldrin, I should say.
This morning saying there is, on a video, saying this early April now, they're having a takeover. We're going to be put on our... We're going to have to register our phones.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
And if we don't, it's going to be cut off.
I've heard that too.
We're getting put down on a 12-day lockdown.
Wow.
And in that 12-day lockdown, they're going to give us all the truth. Everything.
Whoa, that would be incredible.
That
would be incredible. Hey guys, take a flyer. Free your mind, man. You're raising a child, raise them with the truth. We don't live on a spinning ball.
I can truly believe that is happening.
Wow.
Because,
we'll
I've
see.
been part of the thing. I was uncovering the Nicola Bully case. I work on film set security.
Oh, right.
So I'll do 12-hour night shifts, a lot of time to do my research.
Yeah, yeah.
And I discovered all the cover-ups involved in this Nicola Bully case.
Okay.
But cover-ups, it's like Lord of the Rings. They try rings of friends around themselves, so you never get to the truth. But there's the paper trail, and now with the internet, all that paper trail is documented. So to catch someone who's doing things, covering things up today, we have to look at the cover-ups from 30 years ago to see how it's some Masonic copper, it's a judge, it's a barrister, it's the IPCC, all them people. They come down like a domino effect. Once you show exactly what they've done, the media controlled it. But things slipped up. And the independent researchers did their own independent research, and that now is all out there for people to do their own cut and paste and copy and speak the truth. And I've been doing it on this Nicola Bully case, and there's 1,000 people doing it. They're from New Zealand, they're from America, they're from Australia. You don't need to be, I'm a clairvoyant, I can actually project. No, I just go on Google Earth. I know an area inside out now because of Google Earth.
Right.
How you zoom in from 2D to 3D, and then you oh, that's the name of a company. I want to do the research. Let's go to company's house. Let's see if anyone. Let's go to Facebook. Let's see if anything. How detectives could do it in the past.
Let me ask you this then. Once you know all of that, hey. And then you go and try and tell your neighbours or your MP or whatever, nothing seems to change because, 9/11, there's so much wrong with all of that. And you try and tell your family and friends and they go, no. Same as the last 3 years with the CV lockdowns and so on. You tell people there's a lot wrong with what they've told us. I lost my last YouTube channel for saying too much about what's wrong with it. But there's things wrong with it, but they don't want to look at that. And the government you might have heard, one MP stood up in Parliament and to talk about the damage from the needles, and they cleared the Parliament so that no one could, in opposition could hear it, and it's not, and that doesn't make it so. So the government are knowing that these things are happening, or they're even creating them sometimes. So they're not going to be the ones that are going to...
They're protecting themselves,
Yeah.
but it gets to the stage where once you're in the public eye and people, you've got so many independent journalists doing it for love, putting the information out there, they think, oh shit, do I want to go down with your sinking ship? I'm sorry, I can't help you here.
Yeah.
So that's what happens in the end.
The Great Awakening.
It's exactly what it is. Just the truth is coming out. The people
I look forward to
that
it.
buried the lies can no longer do it.
Yeah.
Because of even AI, even artificial intelligence can speak the truth.
Yeah.
So
awesome. Oh, well, nice to talk to you, man.
Yeah, nice one,
I'm
brother.
Dave.
Anthony,
nice to talk to you, Anthony.
The time has come.
I look forward to it.
I've done many protests in this
town,
uncovering things, and last time I got arrested. So, but I still got my security badge back.
Awesome.
And
awesome.
I've been working that much. I've got enough to get the kit you need.
Yeah.
Top of the range laptop you need, really.
Yeah.
To do your editing properly.
Right.
Yeah, but it is the snowball
Go
effect.
for it. Yeah.
And that's why I'm not scared anymore, because I'm not the only one speaking it. There's hundreds of thousands, and they can do it a lot more eloquent than me as well, and a lot more professionally. So it is the.
But you got to do your bit in your space, right?
Well,
right, like your light.
I'm the one who I believe in the power of Satan, and some people practice it, some people learn it, some people take part in it. To me, it comes naturally, but I choose not to abuse power. You see, when you're powerful and you've got that, you can go down the dark path, but it all comes back to haunt them. And all them Satanists, they're fucked.
Yeah.
All them ritual abuses, deaths, and all that, people can't get away with that.
There has to be a price for that, surely.
They will be brought to book. But for me, they don't scare me because I know their power. I've learned them. I've been 30 years in Glastonbury, learning their powers.
Right.
I was born on Christmas Eve, 66. 24 is 4 6s. 2 and 4 is 6. 12 is 2 more 6s.
Wow.
And then 66 again. You know, so I have that power within me.
Yeah.
You know, Jimmy Savile, he was the wizard. He was born on Halloween, where they open up the underworld and the spirits come in for good and bad. And he was the 7th son. Right, again, magical powers apparently. So that's why he could get to that wizard.
Right.
Well, I was the 6th child. Again, you know what I mean? So I have, and my mum was also born on Halloween.
Wow.
So
it's in your bloodline.
It's in it.
Yeah.
But I believe in the Bible. It says, if a part of your body forces you to sin, better to lose that part of your body. You know, so if I was going to do something, chop your hands off if you want to steal, chop your cock off if you want to do.
Wow, that sounds a bit harsh.
No, but it's better to live, because these people that have done these things and thinking they can get away with it and rape children and all that, their life is nothing. They can't live in utopia. They can run away from everyone but themselves. And the book of judgment is opened. Not even our thoughts can go unknown. So we have to make sure our thoughts were pure. Yeah. Or we all fall short.
We all fall short, and I don't take the Christian view of hell and damnation. If you've done obviously there's some things that we discussed just now that are that's probably there's a big price to pay for that.
They can lie, they can cheat, they can take drugs, they can go in a little ring of people that all justify it.
Yeah. But
when they're in the cold light of day, they will shrivel. Their soul will just die in front of us, because there's so much power in the power of love. And that's what gives us our substance. That's what gives us our energy. That's what makes these 3D body fucking suits alive.
Power of love.
Yeah.
Celine Dion.
It is so powerful.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's wishy-washy love. It's floating out there. The power of darkness is very professional. It's on the ball. It knows what it's doing. So that's why it had control. Because it knew what it had to do for its trickery to work.
Oh, I'd love for the shackles to fall off and this coming.
It started with Epstein and Savile, but they thought once they died, the secrets could die with them. But no, all them videos of all them people in power, fucking Epstein took the videos of them.
Right.
He worked for CIA, he worked for Mossad, and he worked for a lot of them. And so they've got blood on their hands because it's just part of the job, CIA. If we want to catch a bigger fry, we'll send you a little boy to shag. You don't do things like that.
No.
You know, it's he who let the least one amongst us failed God, or failed Jesus.
I got that.
You know, and so they can't have the love by doing them things, even if they pretended it was for the bigger picture. Anyway, brother.
Anthony, all the best, man. Did I give you one of these? Yeah, I did. But you can take a second one.
I waffled
Spread
a bit,
the word.
didn't I?
No, I really enjoyed that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Cheers, brother. Go well, man. Oh, there you go, friends. That was nice. Hope you guys are hearing everything okay. Guys, hide into the right place. Yeah. There's the Trinities in the chat. Hey. Hi, honey. Oh, yeah, Jimmy Savile now spelled differently. So, say Val. I think they got some counter art coming up. I like your art, man.
Huh?
I like your art. You spherical. I say the Earth is spherical as well, but we live inside it, not on the outside of it.
I'm just, mate. I'm just
having some pencil fun.
Yeah, I'm just trying to have a quiet moment.
All right.
You shouldn't have asked me the first, but I'm going to give
Till next time.
Next time.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Cheers, brother. So how long have we been at this? 2 and 3. 2 hours 30. That's pretty cool. What does the chalk say on the ground? Well, that guy is writing spherical. He's obviously got to think about it for a little while, but I assume it's a bit of. It's all good, man. I don't mind. I had, if you're new to the stream, I have written a bit here by this church. This is the Glastonbury church. And this is quite big. Sorry. Someone in the chat suggested I put Z. Thanks for the likes, by the way. Thumbs up and all that. If you want to go back and hear my sob story about the vehicle, then feel free to do that. I probably grumbled about an hour ago, but oh my gosh, how lucky are we to be loaned a replacement vehicle in the meantime. I was expecting more people today. I was toying between coming here or going to Wales because I really enjoyed Wales. Met some really cool people there and thought I could maybe repeat that, but I sort of had this on the slate to do. Although obviously I've been here recently. How are you guys doing, by the way? Because it's interesting what Anthony just said there. Let's go for a different color. Some people don't know this reference. sometimes you want to help people with their health as well. By the way, Andrea and I are planning to do like a group hangout. We want to do a group hangout in the next few days. Actually, look out for that. We're going to ask for £11 and 11 pence donation, or suggested donation, for like a 2-hour session with her and I, and an opportunity for people to talk together in a group about where they're at with things. And I'll put something in the community post board, maybe later today or tomorrow. We were talking about doing it on Tuesday. I just want to see how the next few days unpack for us. We got stuff to do. Street is getting a little bit busier. Oh yeah, I saw Tony Whitcomb there. Hello. Hey Brian Evans. See Nathan's hanging in there. Thanks Hippie Shake for the shout for the Patreons. From a finance point of view, things are not rosy, by the way. So I've done, if I'm not mistaken, I've done a couple of sessions live recently, probably 6, 7, 8 hours of live, not counting today, and don't know that anyone's felt compelled to send us a coin or two, but if you do feel compelled to send us a coin or two, then feel free to do that. PayPal. Here's the Buy Me a Coffee one, and I think we got Cash App recently, thanks to Brian sending that birthday gift from those very generous folk who put $300 or $400, I think, or £300 in the account for us, and we've obviously used that for living expenses. I've been meaning to buy myself a pair of boots for my birthday, but or get a pair of boots for my birthday, but I haven't had the flexibility financially to think I can bung 50 quid or 100 quid on a pair of new shoes. But these are the same boots I've been wearing the whole time I did activism. So they're a bit of a, when I'm not barefoot, of course, which I would prefer to be. We've had so little sunshine over these last months. Hello, man.
Hey, brother. How are you doing?
Good. I know you.
Yes, I know you too.
From a few years ago.
From in this moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're doing, I noticed that you're doing some live things.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube.
Hey, wow.
53 folk watching at the moment.
Wow. Okay, so can I ask you some questions?
Yeah.
I know in my heart that Earth is being flattened here.
Mm-hmm.
It's flattened. It has been lied down.
Okay.
It's not, hanging out in space.
Yeah.
And I have heard of flat Earth thing.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a part of my mind is not able to get it. So how do you see it? What is this about?
I see it like a torus. Do you know what a torus, electromagnetic torus is? Yeah. Like a ball, really, like an orange.
Yeah.
I think that we live inside the orange. But if the top of the orange, where it connects to the tree, is the North Pole, and the bottom of the orange is the South Pole, then you cut that orange open from top to bottom and let it fall upon the table. There, where the seeds are in the seed pod, that's the continents. That's the land masses. And you can follow the line up to the North Pole from that, or you can follow it to the South Pole. But all around you, you've got a peel of the orange. You've got a skin. And that we must be inside that skin. Like the little piece of orange inside can't get out of the orange. And we're the same, is that we live on a flat piece, on a flat part of the world, inside a giant orange, an egg, or a like an apple, a giant apple. Wow. Electromagnetic though, not material. Hey, we don't live in a material world like we're taught in school. Yeah. This is not. You are light. Yeah. And me, I'm light, and this world around us is all made of energy or light. Yeah. And that light is giving off a vibration. That vibration is what we detect as wood, stone, flesh, whatever, food.
And that I kind of, I can feel it. It's very kind of, for instance, the culture I come from, it's quite a normal thing to believe that we are not material bodies. We have a soul. We have breath of God. We have breath of divine.
Yes.
It's like, it's so interesting that there's such a basic teachings of, Brahmic religions. But for some reason, it's not being, not being conveyed to people here.
Yes.
And we live in a society which is quite disconnected from the essence of the real spirituality.
That's the big question: is why are they lying? Or why are they teaching us something other than that?
Because it's power. To mix religion with politics is power, so that they can control the masses of humans for their own agenda to make slaves. Slavery is still in existence. Colonization is still happening. It's happening in more shadowy way. It's happening in a totally opposite way. Like people living in London or slaves at present. 9 to 5 jobs, making money, doing everything materialistic, and living in small isolated boxes. And then we say that why we have loneliness, why we have stress, why we are dying so unconsciously in misery.
Because we are
I'm not surprised. We are disconnected from our essence. Our essence is, as we put it, this light, or the soul
of God, of the Creator.
Exactly. And we are not limited to this this plan. No. This is like if one look at Abrahamic religion, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, or one look at Eastern religion, Buddhist thought or Sufi thought or whatever, one thing is for sure, which is very common, that life is eternal.
Yes.
Like we are beyond this body. Like that is the first initiation. So I feel that humanity is going through some mass awakening at present. So it's very interesting to be alive witnesses and to have conversations on YouTube with people like you about these interesting things, and kind of to crack open the orange or apple or whatever it is.
Crack the apple or open the nut. Because I think there's a reason that might be more than slavery of you here, like in London or even the wars that we go to. We go to war and kill each other and so on. More than that, I think there's a soul story. I almost feel like even though we're eternal beings, we might have to stay in this cycle of this material realm while we learn certain soul lessons. So it might be that you have to transcend this game, rather than be caught up by this game. If you are to leave to a higher realm or a higher existence. That's a theory I have. I can't prove that, obviously, but I feel like the reason that they're tricking us has got more than just about tax, and more than just about the banking system, and more than just about the wars and the control over your physical avatar, but to control your soul. Actually, I think that's what they're after, is to control the soul. Because I was brought up in a good education, and they taught me nothing about what you said is the first lesson that you learn, which is that you are eternal. Me, I was taught that I'm an infinitely small amount of time I'm here, big bang, and I'm lucky to have this one life. Rather, no, you're growing your soul. See, this is one. If your building was a million floors high, this is one floor of that building. Are you going to transcend and move to the next floor, or are you going to stay here and be a slave for thousands of years, maybe?
Yeah, it's so true, and I must say that this is the beautiful thing of being human. This is the beautiful thing of human. And sometimes I feel that, wow, is it just us who are going through it, or our ancestors have gone through something similar too? But if I look at scriptures when Buddha was around, even though there weren't any scriptures written when he was around, but 100 years after him some scriptures were written. But if one look at when Jesus was around, or when Prophet Muhammad was around, they were going through the same challenges, like all the time. It's like it's not a material problem; it's a spiritual journey. Like there is, evil and there is good on one level, and like the concept of shaitan, which comes from Abrahamic religion, like Iblis, or Lucifer, like it doesn't exist in books. It's a very real entity.
Yeah.
And what it means is essentially ignorance. It wants us to fall asleep.
Yeah.
And he is playing a divine role. He is playing so that we can evolve, or he or she or they, whatever we want to call it.
Yeah.
If I can be
Yeah,
gender
a bit like
sensitive.
a bit like Muhammad. You don't have to be gender sensitive to me, but I think that it's almost like the fire needs to be hot enough to temper the steel.
Yeah.
So if you don't have the tests then you're not ready to maybe go on to the next.
And the beautiful thing is, like, I have no doubt about it that the light, whatever we call it, life, love, higher self, is we are winning. It's supposed to win. Like the truth is going to win.
Yes.
Like how on earth, like we won't win.
Yes.
Like we are not here, making, doing something, which is not aligned with our hearts. We are like kind of speaking our truth and try to be as awake as we can. So I believe in this, whether we call it God or whether we call it Goddess or whether we call it life, divine, I call it Rab or Khuda, which we cannot conceive with our limited minds, but we can feel the qualities of it.
I like that.
And they are, and that is very compassionate and loving and merciful, and like it's definitely, we are in good company. And we have like kind of our ancestors who have been here, who have gone through it. We have support. We have support from Earth. We have support from each other. So, on one hand, I feel that there is, in the next few years or what is happening these days, it is challenging because we have to, it is challenging. We have to really kind of,
have they call it the armor of God. You need to be centered, balanced in yourself, so that you are the strongest you can be as you go through this journey. Because imagine it's a bit like this, that Disneyland, if I can use the analogy of Disneyland. Well, let's just say you went to Disneyland as a child and you wanted to keep going there until someone eventually said to you, hey, this isn't real, this is only pretend here. So you can leave Disneyland if you want to, but just because you want to leave Disneyland doesn't mean I have to shut Disneyland down, because there's lots of other children who want to come after you and play in Disneyland for a while. So this world might be a bit like that, where it's like a Disneyland, but you're like Jesus or Muhammad did, peace be upon him. If they came and they said, hey, this is the journey you should be on, some people followed, some people didn't, and they did that work for themselves, but the game needs to go on for the other souls. The Disneyland needs to exist for the other souls in another epoch or in the centuries to come, to have this place that they can come and experience. I would love for it to be Eden and beautiful and everybody eating fruit and walking around naked and all that. I would be happy with that, but I don't know that outcome is necessarily possible or even needed, because everything that's bad is inside of Brahma, is inside of God. All good, all bad, or whatever is inside of Brahma. So that's what I think. I'm gonna.
Yeah, it's like kind of, I feel that too. I feel like at present, for me at least, the journey is to take refuge as much as I can, to take refuge in the present moment,
That's nice.
Because that where heaven is, when I'm really present and I'm really here.
Well, you have a really good energy about you, a really still, calm, peaceful energy about you.
Thank you. I feel that from you.
Thank you.
Great. Awesome.
I want to give you my flower.
Okay, great.
And shake your hand, brother. Yeah, can you give us a hug? Go well, man. Blessings to you. Oh no, man, I had the camera facing the wrong way. I am such a tool. That was such a nice looking guy, man. He was so calm. I can't believe I just did that to you guys. I'm sorry. You have to look at my chest there. Opinion. I think he meant to write opinion. I can alter that slightly. Hopium. Hopium. I am really sorry, guys, if I just filmed the last 10 minutes of that conversation with that really nice man by filming my chest. I'm such a tit. I'm just so annoyed with myself, man, because that was a great conversation with that guy, and to have his face, you know, he was a very calm face and, you know, really nice to talk to. So I've had a few good conversations like that lately, you know. Yeah. The female egg, very orange. Yeah. Like I say, the skin is on the outside and the flesh is on the inside. Yeah, that's what I say the earth is. I say the universe is like that, but the seeds on the inside is where they're going. No, blade spheroid.
You're wrong. It's flat.
Yeah, it is flat. You're right.
That was a
It
way
is now,
through,
but you did crush it.
Am I incorrect in saying that the female egg is flat?
I don't
Or
think
is
it's. I think it's spherical. I think an egg is spherical.
What about a berry, an orange, a grape, a raindrop, frog's spawn?
All
are flat, yet the eyes in my head that I see them with are spherical.
Okay, I see them as spherical because they are spherical.
So there are spheres within geometry?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. The whole universe is built on spheres. And I say that we're inside a sphere, but nothing grows on the outside of its skin.
I'm not disagreeing on that one, but I mean, like...
So just like the seed is the seed there. Yeah, the ground we're on is like it's like the seed in that fruit. It's kind of flat when it's...
You're not
when
a
you
smoker, are you?
Yeah.
You're a smoker?
Yeah, you want a light?
Yes, please, mate. It's just, I'm a bit chalked up, probably a bit like you.
Yeah.
So I put my hand covered.
All right, man. We'll talk again.
Great stuff for washing your hands, bro.
Yeah, we get the grease of the bullshit off. I still haven't gotten over filming my chest for the last 10 minutes. Oh, sugar. That was such a good conversation. Such a good conversation. I'm going to put a little bit of chalk here, you know. That guy is not really making sense, but I know what he's trying to get at. There you go. Do you know that a very high proportion of the people that watch my channel are from America? I was thinking about that. I guess because, you know, America's got a lot of English speakers, so, you know, relatively speaking... wrong camera again, really. Relatively speaking, there's more English people in America than there are in England. So, I guess that's why, and of course I have a few American friends giving me a nod. Let's do a lowercase e. That's a fake space. Earth is flat. Yeah, you got yeah. Crushing the fruit was proof that we live. Earth is not is a globe. I'm not sure what that action was proving, but. Glastonbury is a unique town. I mean, Earth is flat is just such a starting gun, really, for people. Gotta wind them up by putting that on. So if you're new to the stream, thanks for joining. Thanks for your thumbs up. Appreciate it. You know, the last stream I did almost hit 1,000 views, so that was nice. Bit of a milestone for me on this channel anyway. It's my new one.
That's my second favourite now.
Yeah. And then right at the beginning of the stream, maybe in the first 10 or 15 minutes, after I'd had a really good conversation with a guy, he wasn't, but I made some great points with him. I put this up in the preacher from this, came out, the lay something, second or third in command, I think, of the ship. He came out and was bitching at me about this and not showing respect. Of course, I have respect. This is a little bit hard to read, all of this. And unfortunately, I guess it associates me with it. I need to get rid of this. Turn this in. Well, Lisa spends hours on these sidewalks, doesn't she? Chalk wars with the locals. Let's have a quick hello to the chat. Did you see Jay Hyton? Did you see? I see your comment. Gravity has a contract with birds and airplanes. Like that guy earlier on, I forget his name now, but the flat earther. He dropped his hanky. It's a great question. I don't know exactly how the Globies debate this one, or defend this one, but he dropped his hanky to the floor, and you could see that only bits of it were touching the floor, other bits of it were sort of held up in the air by its own shape, I suppose, and gravity is not able to continue dragging that down. The Penguins didn't get the contract. Yeah, I see you, Tony. Thanks, Hippie Shake. You're tireless with the promoing for the. There's a certain I hate to stereotype because it's impossible to do that. But it is interesting the sorts of people who don't take this. It is interesting the people who often they have a demographic that looks like that guy that Flatsoid was debating. They have a certain doughiness to them. But obviously it doesn't, it's a very, very, very... There you go. My banners are not attracting as much attention. Maybe I've got them in the wrong town today.
Is the profile Earth?
Yes. You see that? He gets a little uptight. I assume his religion has been called into question. If it's flat, then my dog's got 4 legs. Have you got room for some information?
Sure. No, I'm a bit shy of being filmed.
All right, I'll film me. I spent the last 10 minutes having this awesome conversation with this Brahmin.
Okay.
Yeah, and he is so on board with so much of this stuff. But I just filmed my chest for 10 minutes of this conversation. I got a live stream with some 60 people watching, and they had to watch my chest because while I'm involved in the conversation, I'm not looking at my camera. But right now, it's looking at me, not you. Have you heard of the flat Earth theory?
I mean, I have-ish. I mean, I haven't looked into it that much, to be honest, but just because of, I don't know, I've flown a little bit and
Well, I was 47. Yeah, I was 47 before I found out that there's a formula for the curvature of the globe, and I'd never applied that. I'd never been taught it. And so when I applied that, because I grew up by the sea, when I applied that, I was like, no, there's no curvature on water. Water's level. So I for most of my life, I believed in the moon landings and pretty much all the science that I was given in school, even though I did say to my science teacher when I'm 10 years old, look, I don't know about this gravity being bucket, water and string. Like, I don't see how that can be equivalent, having a bucket and string.
It's not an understood concept, is it, gravity?
Yeah, and so the best that people can say is that, the pencil or the microphone is going to fall on the floor when I drop it, yeah? That's gravity. Okay, if you want to call it that. But to then say it's also going to stick me to the underside of a ball, and water and oceans and rivers are they going to act like they're on some level playing field rather than they're actually attached to a ball, which in physics we can't do.
Have you heard of a banned book that was released in the 1930s in the States? And it was a guy who describes a cataclysmic world event. Well, it might be quite interesting, but it does require the Earth to be round. It's where, due to poles changing.
No. Cataclysms are very much part of flat Earth. In fact, it's far more common. It makes more sense to have cataclysms on a flat Earth, because if you think about your bath, for example, or a lake, that's something that's small, how easy it is to disturb. Or take a plate of water, how easy is it to disturb that, Yeah. But if I contained all of that water in a bowl or whatever, then no, that would be, and if it was contained by this thing called gravity, then it would be like, oh no, it's sort of stuck to underneath Australia, so it's going to stay there. Well, on a flat Earth, the water from Australia could wash over Europe, because we're essentially saying we're inside of a great lake. And in that lake is 5 continents, and we know them as Africa and Asia and America. But they're inside of a lake, and that lake could be flooded, like a Noah's flood. Yeah. It could be flooded every few hundred years. There's possible records of this place being cleansed cyclically.
Yeah, we're on something like the 6th cataclysmic event or something.
Yeah.
I love all the geology stuff. So what are your thoughts on other planets then, and say the moon?
Okay, well, these are lights. They are lights that I observe, and I see them as round. The moon particularly is round, but not necessarily spherical. I see it as a disc in the sky. Yeah.
Like a 2D disc.
It could be, well, to offer a dimension on it is hard, because I can only see what I see as one face of something. So that's what I observe. When I look at the stars, like the wandering stars, as they used to call them, the Pluto and Venus and Mercury, when I look at these under a powerful camera, what I see is like a repeating light show. It's almost like a It's like a cymatics. Have you ever looked into cymatics at all? It's when you use sound to create a vibration. So they'll take a plate, a flat plate, and run a frequency through it. And they put salt on that. And as they change the frequency, the patterns form themselves in these geometric shapes, right?
Yeah,
that's what the stars are doing. They're repeating these same, Mars is exactly the same pattern. And they'll say, oh, that's a moon going around the front. No, it's just a light show that's flickering on and off. And they're saying that you can see these various things. And when you see it through a telescope, typically it's got some sort of computer software aiding it and changing what it's taking this light and turning it into a Disney-style Pluto or planet. So there's definitely these energy centers in the universe. They are much closer to you than you're taught in science, and they're linked directly to you. In fact, the 7 main...
I wouldn't disagree with that.
Yeah, the sun, the moon, and the 5 next stars are located in your own body, and there are energy centers in your own body which is why it matters where you're born, when you're born, and how the stars can definitely have an effect on your wellness or the world's well-being, because these are energy systems that are close to us. So with the flat Earth, we don't think that space is real. Like outer space, the vacuum of space is designed to trick us. I think that we're inside like a Truman Show sound stage, inside like a bubble, inside an orange.
Sorry to interrupt you in flow, but there is a strange, that might be conflict with your beliefs, but there is like a strange amniotic sac around our solar system or something called the heliosphere. I don't know about that, that's what they're saying anyway.
I get that.
And they've pushed satellites like through the other side, and it's actually protecting from a lot of just random, the space radiation.
That's interesting.
But yeah, I love all of the quantum.
Yeah, I used to be looking forward to them finding life on Mars. Honestly, I really believed we were going to find life on Mars and answer these big questions about where we come from and did we evolve on a different planet and come here and all this. I was all the way down those rabbit holes until I started realizing that, wow, a lot of the stuff that I believed in the mainstream media is staged or sometimes created to put me in a certain state of mind to get me to believe a certain thing.
I think that I could entertain the idea that it was a fake moon landing. Wasn't there like a ripple in the flag or something? And
that's like the National Geographic version of was it a hoax, or is it a conspiracy theory? But there's so much other. There's a documentary called "A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon," which is really good. NASA's original footage of that time of how they're staging being in a cupola halfway between the Earth. They're putting like an overlay into the window of an Earth to make it look like they're looking at the Earth from millions of miles or thousands of miles away.
That past them if something.
So yeah, and when you look at the lunar lander up close in HD footage now, we can see that it's just like tinfoil and looks like little poles, wooden poles, and stuff isn't riveted together.
Yeah, it was bloody 60s, wasn't it?
The 60s, yeah. But the space and the vacuum of space and the harshness of that environment, they tell us, is still as harsh as it's apparently as harsh as they say it is. So your craft would have to withstand that. And the lunar lander, they could never control it on Earth for more than about 20 seconds in the air, so they never made it work here. The spacesuit, they've never put it in a vacuum chamber with a man in. So if they're going to space, they would test it in our man-made vacuums because they're not as powerful as the space vacuum, but you'd at least test it there, right? So these are things that when you look at it, you go, shit, maybe they are faking that. Same with the ISS. The ISS, we've seen spacewalks where there's bubbles, and once even a scuba diver's reflection was caught in the visor of an astronaut doing the spacewalk. So we think that they're doing them in the swimming pool where they train them. They use harnesses and the zero-G plane to create a sense that it's, zero-G, like Tim Peake. I was already awake to this when Tim Peake went to space. So I watched it on a big screen TV, him doing his Channel 4 interview where he does a flip. And I only ever see him do it once in all of his time in space, where he does this, I'm in zero-G, I can just do a flip head over heels. Well, he looks like he's in a circus harness. The veins are popping out of his neck. He's sort of semi-falls. So there's so many things that are wrong with the story about us being in the International Space Station that you realize that stuff where they tell us about satellites doing these things, going so far and so on, Voyager being all the way at the edge of the Milky Way or the end of the solar, all of this stuff is science fiction made for adults to believe that we are really stretching the barriers, the boundaries of space, and we're going to find something out there, rather than finding that the truth is in you, that you are the center of creation.
I do find it mad that we don't know much about our deep sea. Allegedly we know more about space than we do our own planet.
And the deep sea is interesting, actually. There's a compelling little bit of evidence, because, not that I'm a Bible basher, but in the Bible it says that God separated the waters from the waters, and that there's water above us, which is why the lights twinkle like they do, that we see as stars, and then there's waters below us. And there's video footage of a super deep submarine going down, and the crew are in the submarine going, whoa, it looks like there's another lake.
I've seen that.
You've seen that?
Yeah.
And they bounce off it.
Higher density,
higher salinity or whatever, it's so dense that they actually can't get their craft to go through it. So this is compelling. It's not proof, but it's an interesting kind of sight.
I think the Quran mentions it as well, that fact.
Right, and the Quran also says that the sun and the moon are small lights that travel over the earth. And I've had Muslim preachers confirm this to me, that they're small lights, and what you observe is a small light. What you're told to believe is that it's a massive light just very far away. And so I'm saying, no, trust your senses. You're not spinning. Your senses tell you you're not moving. And when I travel to South Africa, it's a quarter of the way around the globe, which is a 90-degree change in my perpendicular. And I've never felt that. I've sat in the cockpit of the plane, and I've never got a sense that, I'm going down. And there's pilots, long-haul pilots, that say, we don't go down. We don't allow for curvature. We fly flat and level for the time of flight.
My sister-in-law's from Uganda. How do you? I mean, the sun acts differently. Seasonally compared to here. Like right now, it's it's a lot more in your eyes.
Yes.
And lower.
Yes.
Sky. But you're
Model.
in the woods.
In South Africa, right now, not so much. Yeah.
I'm thinking about Uganda. That's pretty.
No, well, think about it like this. Let's take one of these street lights, for example, a super powerful stadium light, for example, and it's directly above us. Then we're going to have to look straight up to see it, right? Mm-hmm. But if I move it to the goalpost side of the stadium, then we're going to start looking down and down and down at it. And the further away we go from it, the further down it's going to appear to be, even though it's still at the same height. So what's happening is compression of what you're seeing, and so it changes your angle. If it's a fixed point, let's say, for example, it's a fixed point in the sky, then as you move either into the Cancer or Capricorn, you're going to see it move down your view of your perspective or your view of it. And I offer people this, that in the flat earth consideration, you've got to allow that you have like a Pyrex dish over you, like a large 10-mile wide Pyrex dish over you, and that's your dome of vision. And when the energies that we see as the sun travel through the sky, they hit your dome of vision, depending whether you're on the equator, Capricorn or Cancer, or all the way up here at 55 degrees north. And so the higher you go, the lower it's going to go on your Pyrex dish as it travels over the equator. And obviously as summer approaches and it comes up to Cancer, then it's starting to get to about 85 degrees up in your sky here, because it's moved much closer to you on this flat plane. Whether it goes round or in a straight line is still conjecture.
Cool. All right, another flat Earth question. So, do you think it's possible to get to the edge of the Earth then?
Possibly. I think it's possible, yeah. So a guy called Admiral Byrd did lots of high-powered missions in the 1940s and 50s. He was funded by the Americans. He had a fleet and an aircraft carrier, 5,000 men, and he did all of these trips into Antarctica looking for new land and stuff. And he claims to have found new land, but there's also compelling stories that he might have touched the edge. And that if you imagine, like, the Millennium Dome in London, do you know of that?
I think so.
Okay, it's kind of like a tent that's stretched.
Yeah, stadium,
yeah, and it's stretched like so that's low at the bottom, at the edges, and highest in the middle.
Oh yeah, like a Pringle or something.
Well, maybe not like no. This is more like just like a big D, like But and so if it is that we live inside of an egg, then the closer we get to the periphery, then the closer the ceiling would be. And we believe that Operation Fishbowl which was they were firing off nuclear bombs into the sky for about 4 years, Operation Fishbowl. We believe that might have been them trying to test the roof, or see how high it is, and see how strong it is.
Yeah, I'm sure they've definitely punched a few holes.
Well, maybe they have, but Hillary Clinton is on record saying we still haven't broken that highest, hardest ceiling yet, and we think that that's a clue to us, saying that they see what we're doing, but I think that they're trying to find a way out. That mankind is trying to find a way out. But on a flat Earth, there might be other land that's either beyond the ice ring that we know about, because we think that there might be an ice ring surrounding us, that we can't escape that.
An ice ring?
Yeah. So what is the Antarctic? What is called the Antarctic on the bottom of our globe might actually be a circle around us, and that when Captain Cook sailed 60,000 miles around it, he was possibly sailing around the exterior of our little world that we live in, this flat Earth. And then there might be times when that ice melts and we can move to other lands. There's lands that have said to have gone missing, like Atlantis and so on. It might be that there are other lands that are available to us at certain times. And like the gentleman was saying to me just now, he was saying maybe it is that there's the people in these other lands are of a higher caliber, and that we can't leave this place until we reach that higher caliber. Because I think there's something spiritual going on here.
Oh, most definitely something spiritual. Have you experimented much with psychedelics?
So it was DMT that really kicked me in 2015. I was atheist at that point, and so I took the DMT. I was 47 and in Johannesburg, and in 6 minutes, the first words I said when I came back is, "True, there's a God." And I've been researching and trying to understand my experience ever since. And for me, that was when I realized that I'm an eternal being. I had this download, or this insight, or whatever you want to call it, that I'm eternal, and that we are in some kind of like Disneyland, if you like, a game that's designed either to trick you, trap you, or to empower you to move through the level.
Yeah, well, I think, it's very challenging, try out the meat bag.
Yeah, the meat suit.
The
meat suit, the 666 meat suit. The carbon meat suit.
Yeah, I have a lot of interest in DMT.
You do?
Yeah. I had a similar. I was quite a bit of an atheist, and yeah.
Oh, really?
I was always a nature-y girl. But I had a very strong breakthrough experience the first time.
Really?
Yeah, it's very beautiful. What are your thoughts on? Have you heard of any? Because I quite like the inner Earth mythologies.
Yes.
Like Arthur and stuff.
Yes.
I find that quite fascinating.
Okay, so Admiral Byrd, the guy I mentioned earlier on, he is claimed to have spent, because he spent like the 1920s and 30s in the North Pole, and he claimed to have found an inner Earth. This is part of his story, and so if you, for me, okay, I accept that this maybe that is in the way of. Did I say about the orange that I think that we're like an electromagnetic orange, and we don't. Yeah, so we're a torus system. Our Earth, or our universe, is a torus system, and that we can't live on the outside of the orange. The fruit doesn't exist on the outside, it exists on the inside of the orange. So if you take the top of the orange where it connects to the tree and go inside of that, and you burrow all the way down to the seeds are, I believe, what our continents are. So I think that we do have a hollow Earth. In a way, I kind of agree with the hollow Earth, is that we're standing on the seed pod in the center of the orange, and around us is the pith of the orange. What we call the firmament is the pith of the orange. It's the white of that, and in that electrical activity is happening all the time, which is how the orange feeds itself. It's through the pith. Energy is coming from the north or up through the south, and feeding the pith of the fruit. It's in that way. So I think that yes, the inner Earth makes sense to me in the sense that we live inside of the fruit that we call the universe, and you are a micro of that macrocosm, which means that your body, your avatar here, is merely the seeds of a much greater entity, and I can only perceive the 3D physique that I see in front of me.
I felt like I went home, like I got given a...
Really?
I went through a whole big process, and by the end of it, I woke, and it was like I'd just woken up from a dream.
Wow.
And I looked down, and I won't go.
Whoa, I found it really fascinating.
Yeah, and it was really sad because I was like, oh, that's where I'm from.
But it's where you go back to my wife when she did it. It was like she had these ladies welcoming her back. You're back, you're back. They were so excited to see her, you know. It was sort of tribal in its makeup, her scene. But so, and mine was very Egyptian but for her it was like she was welcomed back by the matriarchs of the thing, and they were happy to see her back and so on. And so there is that. I think that we go back to that. It's beautiful. So death, in a way, is not something to be feared, but something to be revered, to look forward to, and hopefully, after having had a really full and rich, growing experience here. And it's not like the religious who have to say, "Oh, you've sinned," or "You're very bad," or whatever. You know, I think because you're eternal, it doesn't matter if we wash back here 50 times to work it out. But I do think that there is a reason why we've been deceived about the nature of the world, and that is to retain or constrain our soul spiritual upliftment or growth.
Yeah, I may not agree on a lot of points, but I totally agree with you there.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, I'm still pretty young and that experience.
Well, it's you're very young to be kind of aware. So I think to carry your life. You used to?
Extractive.
Oh.
Myself.
Oh, right.
So it was very interesting.
I've been like almost frightened of going again. You know, I'll be honest.
That's a very natural and healthy thing. If it doesn't scare the shit out of you just a little bit, then
you must
be doing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've deep dived quite a lot, and with other people too, so it can level up the more you go in. The narrative continues, and there's more things to be shown.
Are you local?
I'm from Dartmoor. My first time in Glastonbury.
Really?
Yes.
Oh well, are you going up the tour today? Or?
I've already been.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, I did not. I've actually slept on the. I've got a van, so I was on one of the lanes just because I went to a Welsh storytelling thing. Love all the Celtic stories.
Well, that's interesting. My wife and I, because I've got a website, and I've been looking for a new logo for my website, and we've been looking at Celtic knots and stuff like that the last few days, and she found this labyrinth image that I really like. Because I think it is like a labyrinth. You know, the center is, you've got to get to the center, which is you right at the center. I think that's the journey, is to the center of you. See up the top there, you won't know this, but all those boulders that are at the top, you can't park your vans up there. 3 years ago during the lockdown, I had a camper van parked up there for a few days because there were no boulders, but they wanted to stop people from gathering, so they put those big stones up there to stop people from parking up there.
I still wedged my long wheelbase van into it.
Well done.
I was lower down than the rocks.
Well done. Well, I've got a YouTube account. You can check me out, send me an email I would love to talk with you again sometime.
Even though I'm not like a full-on flat Earth believer.
No. Well, you see,
having conversations. I don't bump into them.
Well, you're not. I speak to a lot of people that don't say, "I know that the Earth isn't a globe," but very, very few are as open about it or as comfortable with hearing the information. You see, because that's the key: is whether you're able to hear information. If I offer you that this pot of water is boiling and you say, "Oh, I don't believe you," I say, "You can go and test that for yourself." You go, "Okay, I've tested it. I believe you now. I accept you're right. That's true. It's boiling."
I like knowing how people's brains work, and we all work differently.
Yeah.
I quite like that we're all on our own strange narratives.
Yeah. I met last time I was here, about 6 weeks ago, I met a whole raft of DMT people. Like, they were tattooed all over themselves, and they were like, flat Earth. One of them said to me, I knew about flat Earth before the DMT, but you know, they were a group of about 7 or 8 from different parts of the country. They get together and do what they do and stuff like that, but they were all flat earthers. They were like, yeah, absolutely.
Well, they say because I love hearing about people's trips and cataloguing them in my mind, and I've been doing this since a very young age. I found a site called Erowid, where people log all of their trips,
okay.
So you can see the commonalities between their breakthrough experiences, and the DMT dome, that sense that you are in a dome, that is
right.
That is a theme.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's lots of old artwork that's quite interesting, and the whole Yggdrasil.
Yeah.
That's me.
when I
tree
did
of
it,
life.
I got catapulted down, and it was like I was going through a root system made out of blue fire.
Wow.
Metal.
Wow.
Little people, but I had to completely let go of everything I had here to be taken to the next bit. Yeah, I had to say goodbye to the family.
That's right.
Yeah.
Same as me. It was like I call it like a near-death experience because everything I cared about was ripped away from me in the first 30 seconds or so. It was frightening. That was the frightening part. After that, it got love and quite beautiful. But yeah, so I see that, and my second time I did it that day. I did it twice that day. It took a lot of talking me into it. I did it twice that day, and the second time I saw like into my chest going the banks and the casinos and everything. I just saw this all imploding, like the system somehow imploding.
Oh, it's a very, very sick system.
So I feel like that's sort of part of what's going to happen. I'm not for or against that. I think that's because I could see all of human history somehow. Like I could see libraries, the Akashic or whatever, libraries of all of human knowledge, it seemed to me, and even maybe the future. Not that I could predict anything, but it just seemed as though I had access to, or it was already written. Stuff is already written.
Current quantum mechanics says, this is like now, all time is influencing all time, all of the time.
Right.
Past, present, future. Right. It's not. Well, yeah, that's what they say about
entropy.
It's all.
It's entropy. It's entropy, and so in a toroidal system, then nothing is ever lost. It's always just turning on itself and going back in and out and back in and out. So in a constant infinity loop, essentially. So I think we have a divine sort of story and a divine reason for being here, but the nature of this world is anything but divine. And so the question is, are you able to, like Dorothy in the Yellow Brick Road, are you able to pick your way through all of the minefields to get to your own inner place of growth?
You've got to climb out of the culture cage.
The culture cage. I like that.
I used to do sculpture stuff. Barbed wire, bird cage, and culture cage. The only way out is down. Let yourself fall.
Right.
But that was like 19. But I don't know. But yeah, no, it is all traps to.
That's right, and I threw myself, once I found this 5-6 years ago, in 2015-16, I threw myself at sort of, now I finally in my life I had a mission, I had a reason to go out and talk to people, but it did mean like losing pretty much everything along the way, like giving up so much that you're used to holding on to, or used to having. But
still got your wife though.
Still got mine?
Still got your wife though.
Yes, so and an extra child. I got 3 children now. My wife and I decided to have a flat Earth baby. Yeah. Well, because I'd raised my children to university level on the globe as Darwin, evolved monkeys, essentially. So I had to. So I said to my wife, I want to do this differently again this time, and not give him any of the poisons, the indoctrination and schooling. None of that stuff, and see how that enables him to be the best soul that he can be, rather than squeezing him into a football strip and making him into another David Beckham or whatever.
Yeah, I think we all must be wary of claiming absolute knowledge or something, though.
Yes.
Yeah, falling into those trappings.
Yes, well, one of the great things about becoming a flat earther, if I can promote it, is that actually you have to let go of the certainty that you had, because I don't know what's outside of the world that I can explore, and I have to be honest about that and say I don't know. I can conjecture, everyone's allowed that, but I cannot know. And it also allows for that, at different electromagnetic frequencies there might be an entire world of beings in this same space as us here in Glastonbury doing stuff. Yeah?
Yeah,
so
I've bumped into
right.
And have dealt with entities or whatever.
Yeah.
It's the theme, and then for me, my dream world, the doors have been opened now, and so I can, whether I like it or not, I've got some crazy narratives, and it's a little bit heavy. I mean, peering into the realms of exorcisms and whatnot.
Wow.
occasionally I've performed myself.
Well, I think this is real, the spiritual connections and so on. I was making a lot of progress in the Flat Earth debate back in 2018, and I was getting quite a high-profile thing going on, and I was at this event in Speaker's Corner in Hyde Park, where the Guardian newspaper was going to be there, and I was going to do a thing. And after I did this thing, this man approached me and offered me some help, and he ruined my head. He gave me a treatment that ruined my head, and I felt like I had darkness come into me that I'd never had in my body before, in my mind.
Yeah.
So I've had, that was my experience of it. So the great thing about it is this is all possible, but it's also stuff you can cleanse. So.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely. I think, despite when I was...
Sorry about that.
No, I just because it's not exactly allowed, but you've got to be, careful, because even just taking it,
Yeah. Well, I made a bad mistake in 2018, and it's taken me years to get over that, truthfully. So, but I would, if you feel the need to check out my website and my YouTube channel, then please do that. And I got a different fly here on the electromagnetic nature of the universe, which I think.
So articulate.
Thank you.
Weaponizing love is key, though.
Weaponizing love. Interesting.
When dealing with, dream DNT. Because it's, love is toxic, so kind of.
They can't handle love.
Love bomb, no, it's toxic for them. Well, thank you. Anyway.
What's your name? Drew.
Sorry. Hold clammy hand for you.
I'm Dave. Dave. Nice to meet you, Drew.
Nice to meet you.
Have a great life, and perhaps we'll see you again.
Yeah, I'll be.
All right. Bye-bye. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the thumbs up. That's 73 of you that have done that today. I appreciate that. Hey, Publishing's got his P1000 ready for Falcon 9 launch. Always entertaining. I'd like to see that. Maybe he's a great moderator. Yeah. Hey, Martin, Nick, how are you, brother? Yeah, sorry about the bellage. They are full on at the moment. I inspired somebody to do this. Hey, Nathan. Drew is a cutie. Yeah, hard not to notice. Hey all. Hey, Dr. Law. You're right on time, I guess. From the American point of view, it's still early in the day. So I've been in Glastonbury for, quite a few hours, but only live for 3 hours 30. I had one or two good conversations. One in particular comes to mind. Before I hit the live button, I came in and put up some extra banners today. When I say extra banners, I put up all of the banners that I have. And they've attracted some interesting conversations. Dog is singing. I'll move on. Like Dave says, if Globe believers knew about it, they would. I don't know. Dave gave her his number. No, I did not. No, I did not. But anyone who's got, sometimes when the GMT conversation comes up and someone's kind of got access to that, you think, oh, was it meant to come this way? I'm a happily married man, and but still we can make friends with people even if they are easier on the eye than the average flat earther. No, that's also unkind. She's not a flat earther anyway. Right, the earth is flat. 3:40 p.m. is it? London McLovin, thanks. That's a good question, Benny boy. I'd be interested to know what frequency those bells are tuned to. Are they still serving their original purpose? I don't know. 9:33 in the USSA. Been cooking for the family an entire weekend. My nephews. You got some stamina in the kitchen, haven't you, Dr. Law? You're legendary, mate. Legendary. Genius one.
Started from my toes, it started from my ankles.
There you are.
Yeah, so you're here for dirt?
I did not sleep last night, so
Get your Flat Earth app, and if you can afford it, you can blue dot yourself to some local Flat Earth friends. And I hope that you've had a good weekend, wherever you may be, and whoever you're talking to. Did I tell you the story about the car earlier? You didn't hear about our car broke down on the highway coming out of London the other day. Slowly now, the brakes failed, and something had locked in the something had got caught in the rear drum brake, and making a lot of noise and sort of dragging on the car quite heavily. You could feel like, whoa, the car's lurching. And so the car really couldn't be driven anymore. And this house sit that we just started on the day after, we started this house sit the day after the car breaks down, and the guy offers me his truck. What a incredible stroke of good fortune and kindness. By someone who isn't yet on the flat, but I think might be cracking his ball soon. So. But yeah, how's that work out like that? But Nick, old Nick was in the chat earlier. He came and said hello to me this morning and bought me a physical coffee. So that was nice, thanks Nick. I wouldn't mind one now actually. I'm starting to feel a little tired. I woke up at 4 this morning. I went to bed quite late last night. Maybe it was a little bit of pre-game tension. Freaking frick! They started again. Fortunately, that other chalk does spoil my chalk. I think just because people are like confused by what that says. So by the time they see this, they're like. You can tell almost from the side profile whether someone's going to read it or not with open heart. Anyway, I haven't eaten today at all. I'm not complaining about that, it was my choice. So it's been a long old day without any grub, but there's no Dr. La here to cook for me. So you Kakalaka's got quite a good thing going there. I watched a bit of your stream the other day, Dr. La, I saw in the chat, from the marketplace, and there was more food being eaten and smacks being flattened, globes being popped. But it's a nice vibe there, you know. It's really nice for the flats to come out. Oh yeah, they're laughing. Let them laugh, but let them laugh and mock. I don't mind. It's understandable. quite understandable. Hello. But yeah, you see what all of that writing there just looks like I did that, and of course I didn't. Anyway, it shows you where the other team are. So yeah, I think in time it will be like there'll be a bunch of people like me, saying, okay, we can get together and do this as a. Because actually, sometimes when I have a second or third person here, and like I remember last with Dean, maybe where he comes into the conversation and offers a different angle and has a different look about him, a different energy or whatever, and that'll be like, whoa, that caught that person a little bit off guard, that someone else someone else has come in and say that. Same as say I had those ladies standing around me earlier on. They were, I know other people are looking at that going, oh, well, they're not seeming to argue with him. So does that mean I need to question this? I still haven't gotten over filming my chest for 10 minutes while speaking to that amazing guy. He was so sweet, so cool, man, and his energy was so nice. Heavy shake. I couldn't believe that guy did globe talk next to yours. Well, all's fair in love and war, they say, and the globe is definitely at war with flat Earth because it really has so little. I saw this modern day debate with Flatzoid last night or this morning, and I actually got into the chat before it ended, American time, so it was like 5 a.m. or something, and it's just so painful for the Globers that they have to just. And then the boys crying, dishonesty, you're lying. It reminded me of being in, where was that, Salisbury a few weeks ago. You're lying, you're lying, you're lying. I can't handle you giving me information that I really cannot challenge. So I'm going to, there's the guy that I didn't film. Such a cool dude there with the brown coat, man. So you can see him from behind. Yeah, Ryan, church bells. Oh my lord, I'm sure that they're now designed for irritation. Yeah, chalk wars. Thanks, Brian. Trailblazer. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, there's this medium, and of course, then there's so many different channels now, and people are making a lot of headway in the TikTok world, eh? So, so there's people doing it all over the place, but this is where I do it at the moment, mostly. But as I was saying earlier, that Andrew and I would like to invite you to like an online event, where it would be like in a. It would be in a water level. I understand how Dad feels. Yeah, it would be like on a Zoom call where you could actually join in the conversation. We want to do some breath work and one or two other things. It won't just be come and talk about flat Earth. Really, more to talk about. Our journey, not Andrew and my journey, but your journey. Because one thing we know for sure is that we've all been put through the ringer, and it's actually somewhat more traumatizing to kind of see the horror of it than just keep your head buried in the Hollywood, the pornography, and the BBC. So we're going to do that soon, guys. Please look out for that and feel free to come along. We are going to ask for a small donation. $10 or 11 we would, the gates. So, just a nominal amount. We'll do it as a one-off, but with a view to maybe being able to do it in future again. So yeah, do you like? I had a guy write to me the other day. Actually, he's a street activist. He started out and he wanted some pointers, and I haven't written back to him. I've been busy with shit in my own head. We were moving house the other day, car problems, etc., etc. And so I thought, this is a perfect kind of guy who should come and join me for a chat, and in a way use it as like an opportunity for fellowship, and maybe in some cases some mentoring, because if this journey of mine, okay, I'm 55, but we all at whatever age, but this journey of mine has been really a learning school, really a learning thing, I'm not saying I got it all buttoned down, it's all no problem in this, but I actually feel like I can help people. And I've just seen a target I want to show you because it fits in perfectly with what I'm talking about right now. But what? Well, here you go. My new logo is going to possibly look something along those lines, but it's got more of a man standing across in the middle, because the labyrinth is the center, the heart. The lady I was talking to the other day, the last time I was live, in Speaker's Corner, I was asking her, where does love come from? And she didn't want to say the heart, because the heart is the center. Love comes from God, but love comes from within. And she didn't want to concede that, I think. She might even be listening now, but I don't know. But she didn't want to concede that, the heart is the center, and that's really the center of the labyrinth. That's where we must lead ourselves. We must take ourselves being our own savior. No! The bells again. Oh my. Oh my. I'm sure they're doing it because I'm here. No, I'm only joking. But they did come and tell me off about this earlier on. When I say they, one guy with a dog collar on told me I should ask the governor's permission to use our creation. Amazing. Hey, thanks, hippie. Cat 14. My 24-year-old son thinks it's real. On what, 0G? Yeah, just Cat 14. I can't see everything, but if you're saying 17,000 miles an hour, you're probably talking about the ISS. And people say, you might have heard me say this, but I'll say it again. Like, if you think you can see something as small as two 747s glued together from 250 miles away,
stupid.
You can see you heard that. It's a stupid conspiracy theory. If it was that stupid, it wouldn't trigger you, bro. Anyway, yeah, so it's at 17,000 miles an hour. You know how far that is? So fast. It's blinding fast. And of course, it would be so small that it wouldn't have very long in your sky, because your sky is only a small distance. You can't see more than 20, 30, maybe 40 miles on a clear day, So how fast is that thing going to be going through your sky? And then again, yeah. that size. Water doesn't bend anyway. Yeah, I know. The bells. A kind act. She'd forgotten her purse in the shop, seems. I'm not handing out the flyers, I might have to sack myself. What I'm going to do, guys, is we're approaching 4 hours and I'm quite happy with 4 hours. Yeah, some are aggressive, yes. I've had a little bit of aggression today, not an inordinate amount of aggression, I'd say. And one guy who was aggressive to me last time I was here, he actually apologized, not today, but the other day. He said, "Oh, are you that guy with the flat earth?" Because I just want to apologize to you for being a little bit overzealous in my defense of my balls. Open mind and loving heart, that's how I try to live my life. Well, Hippie Shake, that sounds like a really good recipe for a good vibration. You know, no matter where you live or what you eat or drink, you know, it's, you know, living with good intention and with love in your heart. You know, there can't really be anything much higher than that in terms of keeping it simple, you know, because those people I was referencing earlier on, those people that were like the people I worked with when I was in the army, the tribal people in northern Namibia, those people, their idea of good, bad, or otherwise has no need for any books and Bibles. You know, they know right from wrong, and they can live happy and complete lives or be whatever, you know, caught up with bullshit. But yeah, this is definitely for me the most annoying part of today. Probably more annoying than Globies is the bells. Of course, you can see this part of Glastonbury from far away, unless you're behind the hill. Thank God for that. You can see the highest thing from the furthest away, and that's how we see things on a flat plane Earth. The idea that simply because you can't see the bottom of something from a distance means we live on a globe is, again, just, what do the smart guys say? A reification fallacy. You know, just a fallacy designed to reaffirm or affirm this claim, which obviously is the thing that needs to be tested. I'm taking my banners down slowly. And I'll stay on the stream until for a little while longer. And if you guys have got any questions, and as I say, look out for an invitation to join us for a hangout. And hopefully it'll be worth your time. These guys. It's funny how they're like defending the same system that they really do not like to represent. It's a crazy thing. It's a crazy thing. A little bit quicker on the draw with the flyer. How's a flyer for you, bro?
Oh, a flyer.
Have you you don't sound like you're from here.
I am from here, yes.
Oh, you are?
I am,
okay.
I am from here, yes.
You're in school here?
Yes, I am in school.
What year are you in school?
I am year 11.
Year 11?
Yes.
Okay. So you believe in gravity?
No, I do not believe in gravity.
Okay.
Actually, so they teach me that gravity is real, and I think this is what keeps us down to the ground. But if we think gravity is not real, we'll float. Yes? Yes? Do you understand? Yes.
No, I understand. Buoyancy, density.
Density is real. Yes.
Yeah. So, but gravity or whatever it is that keeps us to the floor does not prove that water will stay on the underside of a ball. We can't physically demonstrate that. There's no experiment we can do.
Earth? Okay, the globe-centric Earth view. When something has a lot of mass, that thing will accumulate more mass. It will gather in. That is why the Earth is a ball. It's a sphere, because the gravity is in the center of the Earth, not underneath it.
Okay, that's Newtonian gravity.
Kind of.
Yeah, that's Newtonian, mass attracting mass, or the mass coalescing under its own mass kind of thing. There's also Einsteinian gravity. You know, the warping of bending of space-time.
Yes. The fabric of space-time divots.
And there's real debate in the scientific community, because those people who say Einstein have to say Newtonian doesn't work because it's Einsteinian, the bending of time and space. So what they tend to do is mishmash both together and say, when it's on the small to do with, like, say, Earth, then it's going to be Newtonian. But when it's on, like, the grand scale of what the planets and all of those things are doing, that's Einsteinian gravity, or space-time bending. I used to believe in all of these theories, but there are theories.
Do you think the Earth is flat?
I think that the oceans are level. I think that the sea is level. But I think that the Earth, or the universe that we live in, is actually a ball, but we live inside the ball, not on the outside, on the skin of the ball. And that the ball, or the land that we're on, is not rotating or spinning. There's no science experiment that shows that we're moving. And in fact, all observations seem to point to the sky, or the stars and the sun that move over our head, rather than us roll underneath.
May I ask, did you come to this observation by looking up?
Yeah, I mean, remember that we're all taught that the sun's rising and the sun's setting, but we're not taught that that's actually the ball rolling. And so for me, there is that movement. I mean, the model of the globe was built by using the celestial objects, looking at the sky. The heliocentric model was used by taking, but the geocentric model, which had everything moving above the Earth, makes a lot more sense. But both, you can see how both can be applicable. But it's just that when they developed the globe in the last few hundred years, they used the observations of the stars to create a globe. But that doesn't make a globe. It's just that they've used a model, or they've got a model that kind of works. But water.
Oh yes. Globecentrism, my favorite. I agree.
Geocentrism, they call it geocentrism, yeah. But remember, with a geocentric model, some people believe that includes outer space. See, the vacuum of space has never been proven, and I don't think we can travel there.
Would you like to go to space?
I am in space. I've got space between you and me.
But there's
But outer space? Is that what you mean? Yeah, so, well, I don't believe that we can, and I don't necessarily aspire to, although I used to believe that we were going to go and land on Mars and find life on Mars. I used to believe all of that stuff. Now I believe that we live inside we have a firmament or a dome, a roof. And in thermodynamics, the second law of thermodynamics says that to have a pressure container with a gradient, you have to contain the pressure, the gas. Otherwise, gravity, this mysterious force, would not be able to retain the gases. They would simply fly off into the vacuum. Sorry about the bells, guys. The bells are pretty insane. Thanks, man. You too. The power of indoctrination is clear, but at least the man was polite. The young man was polite about it, unlike some towns, some places. So, oh man, the bells, eh? So I'm thinking that in the next week, guys, by the way, and those thanks for you staying this long, and 82 thumbs up. Hasn't gone up much in the last hour, so either you guys have all been here an hour, or we need a reminder just to hit the thumbs up. I think this improves the number of people that will get to see it, and maybe we'll hit that 1K barrier. However, the bells are definitely off-putting. Anyway, in the next week, guys, I am going to be in the street with a legend or two of Flat Earth street activism. And I'm not going to say any more at this point in time until such time as I don't feel like I'm straying on anybody's privacy and so on. But in the next week or two, there's going to be some heavy hitters on the street with me. And it should be illuminating. Pardon me, I've got the hiccups. Reminds me, Zizi got the hiccups the other day, and we had such a laugh with him. We have had a good few laughs. He is becoming such a little boy, you know. Thinks his farts are funny as well at the moment, which I'm not trying to encourage, but you know how it is when you're 6 years old. Almost 6, he'll be 6 in a month. And yeah, he's doing great. And I saw my daughter last weekend. She's doing great, I'm happy to say. It's been hard for her. She hasn't enjoyed Daddy's straying. She studied history at university, if you haven't heard me say that before. So she hasn't enjoyed Daddy going off the reservation as I have done in the last 7 or 8 years. You know, so it's been hard for her. And then obviously Luke, you've seen him around and about, bits and pieces, and he's doing good. But, yeah, we're going to have a little jamboree, I think. Some amigos getting back together, and we'll bring you some hopefully some combined, you know, where it'll be more than me just being live. So some combined footage, a little bit like the tour, really. Hint. A little bit like the tour last year in 2018. So. Flat Earth community has been good to me and my family, and exemplified by Alex Michael and Dave Weiss and Mark Sargent, Dr. Law and Karen B, and a whole bunch of other people actually, and I'm sure more would have come along had they had an invitation. But a whole lot of people coming and having a really good time with me on Brian's channel a few weeks ago for my 55th day of coming to the Earth. 50th year, I should say. Coming to the Earth. I'm gonna run. So yeah, oh sorry dude. You're alright man. I just want to get my strings. Just want to get this loose.
How are you getting on with it all?
Oh good man, it's another day in paradise.
Yes, mate.
It's changed over the years. I've been doing this 5 years now.
Oh, tell me about it. I mean,
it has changed.
As you're going along, I suppose you're just taking everything in and you're kind of like reflecting on everything you're doing as you're going along.
Yeah.
So you can.
Yeah. And, but you know, like there's no knowing how this is all going to play out. I haven't got this is going to happen and it's going to happen then and so on. But it just feels like I'm called to do this for now, and then we'll see where the world's in a few years' time, because there's no doubt what they did to us in 2020, there's more shit coming down the pipeline, you know. So who knows what the world's going to look like?
Well, I think yeah. I think the collective, the human collective, the human mass, not the God mass, not you know the ideal God is a little bit mad.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And we have really bad ideas about things, and it's about time that we sort of like came to grips with the idea that we don't really know what we're talking about. We should, look to people that really do know what they're talking about, because God's law is perfect, isn't it?
Yes. Natural law.
Common law.
Common law.
Isn't it? It's cool.
Common law and law of the land.
I get it. I finally get it now. Like, I never used to be God like that, but then when I kind of my understanding of God is like in creation. Yeah. God is creation. Yeah. And that's not once I believed that, I believed in common law. Then I knew what common law was about, because it was balanced, it was fair, and that's I don't know if it was right in thinking that.
No, I think so. I think you're on the right track there, brother. Cool, man.
That's up, man.
I'm Dave.
Anybody who like takes the time to do anything and like make it presentable, beautiful.
Thanks,
actually,
man.
So when you're reading it, I am thinking about what you're writing.
Awesome.
You know what I mean? Like,
if I may,
yeah, no
give
worries.
you one of my
you can have
flights.
one of mine if you like.
Yeah, sure.
I've been writing myself. I've literally come to the end of it. Unlike you, you're happy to carry on by the looks of it. I've had enough of it.
Well, I will see how long it runs for, but for now it's what I do, and it also generates me a little bit of an income.
Cool.
So,
because I'm
out of the state. Well, because I got a YouTube channel that people send me a little donation here and there because they resonate with the work that I do.
I had my accounts hacked, so I couldn't go online. I have to do everything offline. You can have. I will give you that one because that's the Angel of Peace.
Okay.
And this is my last one. You can have. This is the last. That is a funny excerpt after 10 years. I just wanted to write something humorous and funny, but it's about banking. Okay. I don't really know too much about banking, but I know a little bit more about people now.
Right.
And I was talking about the economy. And when I was talking about environment, ecology and economy, I was talking about the economy in nature, in creation. Right. And I speak about it in God we trust, in God we trust, in God we trust again and again. And I try to make the connection between law, God, and why we're falling short. Okay. And there's nothing mad about that. There's nothing transcendent about God in creation.
No,
it's there for you to see.
Yeah, it's all
the laws are there. Right? You get it.
Yeah, that's awesome. So it's on a website, or
this is my. You should be able to find something there. The One World Debate and Falconer Promotions. I'm the writer there, so that's what I've been doing, and that's the last of about 10 years work. There's loads and loads.
Wow.
And these are a few that I've done in Glastonbury. There's the last load.
Cool.
Once they're gone.
Cool. Well, really nice to meet you. I was in Shepton Mallet yesterday, and they got a similar thing. They're not quite as grand as this one. Yeah. They got a similar thing right in the centre of their town. It's like, what the heck were these things for? And who is it that built these? Because they're quite ornate and they're quite incredible. So we think that like our whole history has been rewritten so that we don't know who we truly are and where we come from. Sure. And so there's a lot of fascinating stuff in that. But hey, I might see you again. Sorry, mate. That's all right.
No, Mark. Yeah, please.
Mark.
It is Mark. Yeah, I'm Simon.
All right.
And always stop.
I'm Dave.
David.
I'm Dave. That's all right.
Mark.
Simon.
Say Mark.
Yeah, Simon. Well,
that's
biblical.
I'm thinking biblical. And
yeah.
David.
Simon.
Cool, man.
Well, yeah, because does need to be people coming together and going, hey, man, we are meant to be like honoring. Not meant to be, but ideally we honor nature. We honor God. We honor, and if God is in everything, then God is in you. Yes. And you are a fractal of God, of source. So that means that we have to honor each other in that way.
A lot of people who are walking by are not going to understand it like you just said it. I mean, they would have to listen to you a little bit more.
Yeah.
It's kind of like getting that message across.
Well, yeah, because there's a lot of polarizing elements to it. Because first of all, you have to be willing to leave this material idea of Darwin and Big Bang and all this kind of we're meat and stuff. We're just light. We're just a projection of source. Sure. That's why I see it anyway.
Cool. Yeah. No, beautiful, man. I like what you're saying, and I'm glad.
Thanks, brother.
I didn't really have an understanding of God. I just had this kind of lucid idea that it was very transcended this world. So it wasn't something that was attainable to any sort of sense state that I had. Once I learned about common law, then I understood that God was real.
Wow.
In creation, I found it that way.
Wow, it's amazing.
And then I went, no, God's cool. I understand it now. My God's real. I'm not insane. It's in creation. Yeah. It's all around us.
Yeah.
The law is there.
Yeah.
Natural
law.
Yeah, I get it.
Nice one, Simon.
Nice one.
All the best, man. Good luck.
Yeah, sweet. Good luck.
Cheers, bro.
Hello, darling.
I hear it's back. The gumption have it got to come back.
So there you go, one last gasp conversation. And actually, you know, what that highlights is, you know, it's the thing. One of the things about the flat Earth is that it just, people don't see the full ramifications of it at this, you know, more spiritual element. You know, I know flat earthers who don't really care much for the spiritual element either, but it does really open up that possibility, and in a way that nothing else for me ever did. So yeah, we got the banner. I'm folding it up now. And I should say, Cat 14, you got your flat earth fam, good for you. You'll go back to the bells soon. Oh my gosh. I never said to his mom, gravity is your imaginary friend, and she said, no son, when you grow up I'll teach you about it. Shame. My evil brother cut me off 16 years ago. I only saw my nephews and my mom. They've been brainwashed. Cat 14. Okay, there's someone else that comes to mind, London Layla, who I thought should definitely be having a conversation with Andrea or something about trying. Oh, Phuket Word, yeah, it's up to Phuket Word. Oh, Nick, we've been kind of friends for quite a long time. He was one of the early big channels, really. Spends time, you know, working things out. Yeah, Cat 14, I told my daughter I would stop sending FE videos. You know what I mean? It's almost like all it's doing is actually creating like bridges. I mean, impediments to relationships. You know, like, so what happened for us was that we stayed at this place, and the people at this large place we stayed at, they heard about my activism in Froome, so I had to tell them about Flat Earth. And let me tell you, that has soured the relationship. They're paying me some money for some work I did, which I'm really hoping to come through because we are skint. But I know that I feel like they're being like sticky about it now, because they're really like, we're not sure about you. You know, if you say that, and basically she was saying, you know, it's okay for people to believe whatever they want to believe, but so long as they don't believe their beliefs are real. It's so ironic to be told that by someone who loves the gravity. 1 second, so I can hook this here a minute. One moment, guys.
Yes, that's right. They're emotional. Thank you.
Yeah, you've got thank you. Yeah. There's road safety, yeah, there's electric. We've got all the young tracking that we've got there as well. We've got to have the safety things. These are dangerous.
You can get a driving ban for 18 months. Scooters now. Wow, electric world.
I've changed the car.
All better than seeing everybody back on the high street.
It's just a replacement, so I get the other one tomorrow. Look, it's got different screws in it. That was my handiwork, but it still works, eh? Just for myself. doesn't move like the other one. I've been riding it long enough, I'm alright. I come off it 5 times, I'm alright. I love it. I love it. Why would I do that when I'm in my nice place, isn't it? I'm not going to ruin this.
So, thought that was nice enough, eh? Interruption there. So, as you can see, I did a little bit for the cause today. Had a few lovely conversations, actually. You can see Glastonbury High Street if you're not from around here. This is the sort of busier end of Glastonbury High Street.
Yeah, had a good time.
But I did my bit for yeah, and I had some great conversations actually, and obviously the usual schoolboy ridicule from those who can't yet, or may never. But I spent a little bit of time in Glastonbury over the last few years. I did go to the Glastonbury Festival, which this town is famous for, back in '99. But I didn't really visit the town back then. But the last few years, I've seen a lot of it. You're right.
Yeah, you go.
Good. I'm good, thanks. Go well. That guy gave me some incense the last time I was here, after it was off camera. But I needed incense, and I didn't want to have to go to the shop because it was too late. That's right. So there's this guy who does awesome artwork here every day. Check that out. Almost as good as mine. Mind does not become enlightened by imagining angels or beings of light, but by making the darkness conscious. To control the mind. There you go. It's Crow House, UK column, Infowars. Somebody yesterday, or was it yesterday? Or maybe I dreamt it. No, someone actually said that on David Weiss's channel. The garment ignorance, the foundation of vice, the bonds of corruption, the dark cage, the living death, the portable tomb. Nag Hammadi text. Nice. Some guy on Dave Weiss's channel, because David kindly put my back in Oxford where I got so noisy. Oh, look, someone else has been riding here, or could that have been me? He'd said made a reference to of me being like, that speech being like, who needs Alex Jones? So that was, even though obviously we know Alex. That was something of a compliment. So yeah. Anyway. Well, that's I think probably enough from me for today. Where are we now? 4 hours 17. I will say goodbye to the chat. Thank you very much for being in. Come back for the carnival in November and I'll meet up with you. Carnival? Which carnival, I wonder? Jack and the Beanstalk, hey, thanks to Rasta Bear. Alright, Ryan, nice to see you, Trinities. Dave and I are offering a session on Tuesday evening. Check out Trinity 4 community board for info. All the info is available there. So I'll send that. You look out for that, please. Artist is a Buddhist. Yeah, Lotus Flower. Awesome. Yeah, I don't know what the carnival is anymore. You know. Thanks, Bon. Nice to see you. Alright. Well, it's been really cool here in Glastonbury, and that's 4 hours. Now you can watch at extra fast speed if you need to. Yeah. Bye until next time.